yeah, yeah.
Hello, everyone. Hello in the world. Welcome to this amazing event with SOMA Breath. I just want to congratulate everyone who's here for the bravery to think about transforming your life, helping people. This is what we're going to be teaching you today in this beautiful event about transform your life, helping people with breath work and SOMA Breath, right? So congratulations for being open to have that opportunity in your life. Know that everyone has a chance to transform their life. But before we start, guys, I want to ask you one thing in the chat. If someone can help me about this, or maybe will resonate with this. What is the main emotion that you think it's blocking us or to transform our life. When you are thinking about that, like, I want to transform my life, what is the first emotion that it comes from? Yes, fear, 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 fear. Yes, that's right. A very common, normal human, emotion. The difference is that some people, if they activate their inner pharmacy, if you can really transform your thoughts, you can transcend that fear and to actually make a plan, draw your plan to live your dream life, right? So for that, I want with you start this session doing something that I love, is dancing, okay? But it's not only any dancing. I want everyone to share with me, stand up and dance with the SOMA Breath mantra that is I love my life, okay? So I really invite you, everyone, stand up and let's just shake the fear of something new. Let's shake the fear and of limitations, right? It's just shaking out because we are able to transform. So let's do it. Let's shake it. Yes. Yeah, that's right. I love my life. You love your life? I love my life. Yes. Yeah. Let's do it. Everyone in the world, love your life. Yes. Shake it. Shake it out, the fear. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. And now shake. Shake. Release. Release the fear of transformation. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Shake it out. That's right. I love it. I love it. Yeah. Feel the energy coming to your body. Yeah. Okay. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in the force. Breathe out limitations. Yes. I love my life. Sing it up. Sing it loud. I love my life. Yeah. Big inhale. Hold. Hold. Hold the energy in. Exhale. One more. Inhale. And shake. Yeah. Release. A smile. I love my life. What?
I love my life. I love my life. That's right. I love my life. I love my life.
What?
I love my life. I love my life. That's right. I love my life.
Inhale your transformation.
I love my life. I love my life. That's right.
Yeah.
I love my life. I love my life. I love my life. I love my life. That's right. I love my life.
Yes. Yes, community. Beautiful. I love it. Okay. Woo.
Yeah.
Hello, Niraj.
Hello. Thank you so much. That was fun. Who loves their
Let's do
life?
this.
Who loves their
Me.
life right now? Give me a little yes if you do. Or if you do now, after you just tuned in. Who wishes, no, that's not the right thing. Let's say, let me ask a question. Who loves their life right now, but knows you can go even better? There's even more. Give me a yes for that. Yes. Beautiful. Now, who here, this is just a quick fire round. Who here is like, I don't know, I can't honestly say I love my life right now because there's a bit of, stress going on. Maybe you're in a bit of a dark place compared to usual. Perhaps, you're here because you're looking for something new, something better, something different, like a change. Who here resonates with that question? Anyone? Yes. Good. It's not all love and light here. There's also some shadows, which is exactly how it is in life. Been there. Cool. So, well, I'm hoping there's going to be something for everybody here who's on this call. And just to give you a bit of a heads up on what we're doing here. So, what this whole event's about is for you to really understand what it means to be a transformational coach and the power of transformational coaching, but a breath-based approach, right? Where you're instructing a breath-based lifestyle, right? Helping people to use the breath to improve their lives, to make transformations, to rewrite the past, and to reset and recharge in alignment for the future. So yeah, there's a lot of people on here, probably different walks of life. And one thing that we all have in common is the breath. We all breathe and it connects all of us. It's the one thing that unites us. Doesn't matter what color you are, what race you are, what background you're from, what religion you practice, we all breathe. And the breath pretty much affects every one of us in pretty much the same ways, right? We all have the same remote control for our mind, body, and spirit accessible if you learn how, if you're given the code on how to use it properly, all right? And that's what this is going to be about. We're going to be really showing you the power of the breath and how just simple breathing techniques can lead to some pretty epic transformations, right? Not just in your physical health, but also emotional, and how you can use breath-based techniques to do rapid change, right? If you're into anything like NLP or hypnotherapy or any type of change work, you'll see that when you bring the body into the soma and the breath as the bridge between the soma and the psyche, right? You'll see that you have a very magical tool at your fingertips here, right? If you learn how to use it correctly. So in SOMA Breath, we've been training transformational coaches and also SOMA Breath instructors who are really our ambassadors of what we do. And the reason why I got into doing this in the first place is because I was seeing such powerful results with just my own clients back in the day that I wanted to find a way to duplicate that. There was only so much I could take on at any one time. And therefore, I created this training. It all happened by accident in Koh where I am right now. It's the first time I've been here in a few years. And It's changed a lot, this island, but this is where it all began. And I have the whole core team again with me here. Usually when the whole core team come together in the same place in this crazy channeling island of Koh Phangan, magic happens. So there's a lot of exciting things that are starting to progress now as a result of that. So we're going to explain a bit of that, all the expansion of SOMA Breath, what we are doing, behind the scenes to help our instructors become successful, and also all the new developments in our training. So some of you may have followed us for a while, okay? Some of you may be completely new to SOMA Breath. So if you're completely new to SOMA Breath, let me know right now. Are you completely new, never done it before, or you've done like maybe one session before? Completely new. Most of you, yeah? Quite a lot of you? Started this year. Great. That's good. I love the newbies too. And what if you've been following us for a while and now perhaps you're on here because you want to learn how to become a transformational coach yourself? Okay, so some of you came from the 5-day challenge. That's great. So who here is been following us for a while, but now it's like the time? They're feeling it, the call. Because it calls you to it. Becoming an instructor, coach, is like a calling that comes. The breath calls you to be the instructor. It's amazing, actually, some of the stories I hear from our instructors. There's two I want to share just now, just to give you some inspiration. Right? If you're somebody who's just on the fence and you're just beginning, I'm going to actually share with you some of the short stories of some of our top instructors, and also tell you a little bit my own timeline of how I got into all of this and give you some insights on that. But then what we're going to do is have, over the period of the next few hours, okay, there's a schedule up there for you. You're going to be taken on a bit of a journey through exactly what it is to be a SOMA Breath instructor. The business side of building a practice, and all the things you can do as a SOMA Breath instructor, all the types of classes you can instruct and teach and facilitate, and all the resources available to you, and how we try and make it as easy as possible to become successful. And then you're going to experience at the end of the day a really potent, powerful breathwork session by one of our top instructors called Kyle Espenshade. All right? So before we get stuck into it, Claudia, do you want to just share the schedule? Make sure we're all on the same page. Yep. Where's Claudia gone? Or Monica? Okay. So I'm just going to quickly, briefly read it out. So this is all in EST, so it's like New York time. So right now is the opening ceremony. Okay, and we just started off with a bit of an activation. But I want to get straight into it. I want to really spend this time right now to answer as many questions you might have, because I like the interaction. I like it when we start to communicate with each other. So then we're going to go straight into the Art of Transformational Coaching. So this is going to be by myself, and we're going to go really deep into this whole practice, what it means, and learn a bit from my own personal story. Okay? Then we're going to learn about how to build a thriving coaching business with Claudia. So she's our master transformational coach. She's built a thriving coaching business, so she knows exactly what she's talking about, and she has a amazing background in marketing and running a successful business and being involved in helping other companies do their marketing. So she really knows a lot about running a business. And that's really important in this day and age. If you want to be serious about doing this, you have to turn this into a business, right? So it's very important you pay attention to what she says. Okay. Then you're going to learn from David, our Master Transformational Coach, is the lead mentor. He is going to talk about how you can integrate the results you get from transformational breath sessions, all right? And how you can bring SOMA breath into whatever modality you might have. Okay, so let me just have a check in here. Who here is already certified in something already? Like, already has a certification? If you want to just put a yes, maybe even you could say what it is. Maybe some of you got loads of them. Buteyko method, that's very complementary to what we're doing. At least the first level of what we do is based a lot on the source of where Buteyko comes from, which is pranayama and yoga. So naturotherapist. So actually, this entire course, what we do is a form of natural therapy, okay? And it's really, if you go into transformational coaching and you study everything we got, you'll see it's a very holistic training. We cover the whole mind, body, and spirit, and we base it on the Ayurvedic system, okay, of healing and creating customized plans for your bio-individuality. So we'll go a little bit more into that in a bit. So Wim Hof, okay, he's a good friend of mine. So one of my mentors as well. Very amazing, powerful man. So what we do is very common. We're like a sister company to Wim Hof. That's how we like talk about it. RTT. Fantastic. Well, Marissa, again, another sister company. She's actually like my real life sister, very close friend. And a lot of our techniques, the transformational side of it, the hypnotic inductions through the breath. She's one of my mentors. We definitely borrow a lot, have a lot in common with the art of suggestion and transformation. What I do is bring in the body, the soma, and that's what we call it NSP, NeuroSomatic Programming. So I'll be talking about that in more depth in a bit too. Kundalini teacher, fantastic. Well, in the later levels of SOMA breath, from level 2 onwards, where we use the more advanced breath techniques, it's all about activating the Kundalini in a safe way, according to the original tantric yoga practices. We've just modernized it and made it more scalable. But you have to do it in the right way. It has to be done in a proper sequence. And our 21-day awakening protocol, a journey, which has been studied now by Cambridge University, is really a step-by-step Kundalini activation course over a period of 21 days. And it's very safely held. It's very powerful. And we've had many, many people go through it. Because there's some issues sometimes with awakening Kundalini too early. And that's why we show you how to do it correctly. But what we've made with what we do with our training is we don't have to use words like Kundalini, right? We don't have to use any spiritual language because this is a science, right? That's why SOMA also stands for Science of Magnetic Attraction. So if you're somebody who doesn't want to, like maybe is working with corporates and doesn't want to use any yogic language, we show you exactly how to communicate the same message, the same, like what we're doing, which is really these ancient practices made modern. We show you how to do it in a way which really relates to everybody, right? Which is really important. Okay, so a lot of yogis here, NLP trainers, energy sound healer. These are all such complementary skills to what we do. So let me talk a little bit about how I got into this and how a lot of these certifications you're doing right now will give you a good advantage, right? Standing out as a transformational coach, but also it will give you more tools in your toolbox, right? And also the power of the breath does is it elevates all of the techniques that you may be trained in. Firstly, it helps you generate your own inner power, right? By controlling the energy in your body, right? So if you're into Reiki and things like that, energy healing, you will have more potent pranic energy, pranayama. That's the foundation of everything we teach, okay? But also it will amplify your results with these practices, okay? If you bring it into a protocol that you may be doing with your clients, right? It could be the missing link, the missing piece to making your sessions or whatever you do as a coach, really effective, right? And here's the cool thing with SOMA Breath is that we give you a range of different types of sessions. And what you really need in this day and age to stand out, okay, is a wow factor, is a method, a technique that blows people's minds when they do it, like really activates them. I don't mean like making them go all crazy and like they're tripping out completely. Well, I mean, we can do that if you want, but I'm talking about a result that they really feel after just one session. So a lot of you may have done SOMA Breath before and are familiar to it, but tell me here right now who feels the effects of SOMA Breath from just doing one session in the morning or whenever you do it. Tell me who feels that instant rush. It's like you get high naturally, right? Yes, of course. And what we've done with SOMA Breath, we've designed it in a way where it leaves you feeling blissed out. So some breathwork styles can make you feel very like ungrounded and dizzy and in outer space. Well, SOMA Breath has so many different variety of techniques and classes that if you want to do that, we have training for that. If you want to create a meditative, blissful, almost like orgasmic experience, we have that too, right? And the music is what is the secret sauce of SOMA Breath. The music is what adds the wow factor. It's what makes people want to keep coming back over and over again, right? We're a very music-driven school, right? Everything we do is based on music, okay? There's a very funny interview with, dare I say his name, Donald Trump and Ali G. Ali G was this hilarious British kind of pseudo personality who pretended to be like from the streets in England, and he would interview people and like make fun of them. And he asked Donald Trump this one question. What's the most popular thing in the world, right? And you'd expect, because Donald Trump, you'd think he might say himself, right? But he didn't. The first thing he said was music. And that's really interesting that Donald Trump, who knows a lot about being popular, says music is the most popular thing in the world. And if you think about it, in my opinion, that's not probably that far off. It probably is. Probably is quite true, right? Because think about the one thing that is just impacts the world in so many different ways. One song, nursery rhymes before you go to bed, right? As a child, you grow up with music. You go to school, you might learn a musical instrument. And then you go to see bands, and culture is created by music, right? And if you think about it, this has been going on for thousands of years. And it's one thing that stays the same. It may sound different, but music is definitely something that's a core part of so many different cultures. And in the Vedic text, there is an entire book dedicated to music, Nada Yoga, the yoga of sound, right, and music. And you have ragas and different types of music that has this healing effect on it. If you're singing it in a certain way or playing the melodies with certain scales. And so in SOMA Breath, what I've tried to do, because I love music, I grew up with music, and I ended up becoming a DJ at one point and running like my own events. And I had a 2,000 people rave in 1999 that went on for 3 years, where I had like every month I'd be on stage to like thousands of people, and it was incredible. Like at that age to have that lifestyle, and I was like, a superstar in my little town. I was well known, but then even across the country, we were quite recognized brand. And my queues were huge, like just to get into these events was like, it was a mission. And this was what I thought I was going to be, was a big event promoter, you know, running raves. And you know what? Like, it was a very hedonistic lifestyle. Like, I pretty quickly crashed and burned. And, you know, we had a really good run. A few things went wrong, and I ended up losing everything. The environment I was in, not really who I truly am. I found out that the hard way. And in the end, I had to fall back on my degree as a pharmacist, right? And became a pharmacist for 7 years. So I went from illegal drug dealer to legal drug dealer literally overnight, right? Because our raves were a lot of hedonistic fun, I'll tell you that. But then I got a taste of my own medicine. Now I was sat in front of a cubicle counter dishing pills out all day long. I don't know if you've ever been into pharmacy, but it's probably the most boring, depressing place you could ever go to, apart from your doctor's surgery, right? And that was my life. I couldn't believe what had happened to me. So I would take all of my bad habits and use it as a way to escape the madness of my job. And on the weekends, I'd just go and get completely off my head. And this went on for years. And then there was this one morning, I woke up Monday morning, I remember literally having no idea how I ended up there in my car. And it was a total blur what happened that weekend. And I was like, something has to change at this point. So actually, a friend of mine around that same time took me dragging, kicking and screaming to a Tony Robbins event. And that Tony Robbins event actually was life-changing. It was the first time I heard anyone talk about health in the context of food, prevention, diet, nutrition. So I was like, look, I've got a pharmacy full of sick patients. I'm going to test this out. So I found a way to get people off medications, and by just changing their diets, by writing shopping lists. And I had such good success with that in the end, through all the testimonials and the long story short, I ended up promoted the head office of one of the biggest corporations in the UK, where I came up with this healthy shopping list service. And now I thought I was going to be the face of this huge corporation. Like, starts with a W, ends with a T, quite big in America. And that's what I thought I was going to be, the face of health. But really, this wasn't my truth either, to be totally honest. The universe has a way to kick you into line, right? If you go off your truth, it will find a way to bring you back onto the right path. And also the vision I set for myself. And this is the thing about manifesting. If you're into things like manifesting, law of attraction, and we love that subject in SOMA Breath, because there's a right way to do it and a very wrong way, right? And you can manifest anything you want. We're always manifesting all the time, right? Usually things that we don't want. And also, when you put clear intention of what you want, you have to be prepared. The universe is going to do what it takes to prepare you to be that person who can be in that situation, that position of responsibility, the face of this huge corporation, right? But my real intention was actually, I wanted to help people through music. This is why I wrote down Tony Robbins. I wanted to make music into something that has a meaning, a purpose, a message. And somehow I ended up, in this weird position in this corporation. And I'd kind of gone off my original vision. And what happens? The company shuts down this event, this healthy shopping service. It's probably too controversial. I don't know exactly why they shut it down still. But 6 months into it, boom, whole thing was shelved. And now I also at the same time get hit with an autoimmune disease. And now I'm left housebound for a year, shitting blood 40 times a day. And I lose a third of my body weight. And I'm left with two choices. One, have my colon removed, or two, be guinea pig for a drug hasn't even been tested before. So I was like freaking out. I had this dark night of the soul moment. And in that moment, I had these like weird flashes of light, and it's this really dark time in memory, but something changed, something shifted. And I realized there was another mission I was supposed to do. And then third path opened up, and a friend of our family, Swami Amkananda, said, you actually have a gift. If you can turn this around, you can be an amazing role model to other people. And she put me on the path to breathwork, to pranayama, to yoga, to meditation, and even encouraged me to get back into making music. And then I discovered that actually you can use music with breathing to make some pretty interesting changes in your physiology. And that opened up a whole cascade of different amazing rabbit holes of learning about everything to do with personal development, self-growth, health, wellness, but also from a spiritual, ancient, like Vedic perspective as well. And I went really deep into things like tantra, pranayama, yoga, meditation, music, and all of these things. And within a few months, I was back to full health. All right. And I was like, wow, this stuff really works. This is magic. So, but it's real magic. And what was this missing source that made me want to keep doing it and keep sticking to the practice? Because breathing techniques can get boring. They can get boring if you have to do it a little bit every day, right? To get the effects. But when you're doing it, it can get monotonous and your mind goes all over the place. So I realized that with music, we can make these techniques more fun and more engaging for myself. So I started to put music to these practices. And then I just fell in love with doing them every day, right? And then I started to upload them to YouTube for free. And long story short, in the end, I had my first music therapy business. And I then created a website called The Renegade Pharmacist, which was just full of free content. So I had like free YouTube videos and a website called The Renegade Pharmacist full of free content. And then I made a little website for therapeutic music where people could get a little license to use the music. And that started taking off. And then one of my infographics on my website, all about my experiences in this corporation, where I realized that most people are sick because they're eating processed foods. And one of the top processed foods they eat or drink, should I say, in copious amounts is Coca-Cola. And I made an infographic about what happens to your body 1 hour after drinking a can of Coke. And it went insanely viral and it blew up the internet, right? Absolutely blew up the internet. And that opened the doors to meeting Wim Hof. Wim Hof's son read that infographic and he wanted me to do one on his dad. And I wanted to connect with him anyway, right? There's a few little bits of details in between all of this that's really crazy that I might talk about in a bit, that's to do with manifesting. But I'm trying to keep the story concise. But then I ended up becoming a close friend of Wim's, and I trained with him and I went really deep on all these other breathing techniques. And I realized that we were doing quite similar stuff. So I was like, this is the guy who's going to be the front man, and I'll be behind the scenes and I'll help him. And I made the soundtrack to the music of the Wim Hof method. If you go to his video, it's had 90 million views on YouTube. You'll see my credits. I made all the soundtrack. We have an album on his channel. And that was a crazy journey in itself. But what I realized was there's something missing there too. I wanted to create a pharmacy of breathing techniques with really cool music. And when I went to Koh Phangan, I started to learn so many more breathing techniques. And I then also ended up meeting a mentor of mine called Prakash Marsh in person, who trained me in the really deep, ancient Himalayan style of yoga, where they preserve a lot of these ancient breathing practices. And he was a medical doctor who understood science, but also could translate Sanskrit. So we together created a curriculum that became the early version of SOMA Breath, all right? And then one thing led to another, and we ended up, with the first few instructors, on our beaches of Koh Phangan. And then eventually that turned into now over 3,500, I think we have around the world and growing. And we have amazing, amazing people like Claudia, who's on this call, who's going to be one of your mentors. We also have David Jennicade, who's on this call as well. He's going to be one of your mentors. And we have so many incredible teachers now from this community who all started off in a very similar way to me. They had a calling. They wanted to do something about it, right? They wanted to get something out there. That calling came quite often from some suffering. They turned that suffering into a gift. And then they decided to share that gift with others. And just by sharing things freely, that led to great success. So I want to just share a little bit about Claudia's story. As she's on here, I'm going to give her a bit of a big up. But Claudia is from Chile, right? And I'm just going to spotlight her. Make sure she's spotlighted so you can see her. There we go. She's actually was working with flower medicine and energy healing and meditation for 20 years before she found SOMA Breath. And then she found SOMA Breath in 2019. She actually went through a hysterectomy and was struggling with hormonal changes. And she was looking for breathwork as a solution. So maybe some of you can relate to that. Who here is going through those hormonal changes? Maybe 40 plus, pre-menopause or through menopause, or gone through that experience and knows what it's like. Yes, a lot of people can relate. Now look, I'll tell you one thing, is that a lot of breathwork schools, they don't realize that there are men and women, and we're different and we're unique and individual from each other. And therefore, you must know how to work with both, right? Individually, and not make the mistake of one size fits all. SOMA Breath is all about knowing who you are, know thyself. That's the bottom line of any spiritual practice, right? So here we go. There's loads of people can realize this, resonate with this. And the cool thing with this is that in SOMA Breath, we have so many amazing experts that Claudia is one of the mentors who's specialist in this niche. She's going to be sharing a lot about this on her training. All right. So definitely stay tuned for that. So anyway, she started off with Wim Hof, as a lot of people do, but then was introduced to SOMA Breath. And then boom, it was so transformative. She immediately enrolled in the instructor training. And then within a year, she quit a 23-year career in marketing. Can you believe that? Within a year. So it doesn't take long to get successful. Does not take that long. A year is actually quite a short time in the grand scheme of things. No one gets rich overnight unless you win the lottery. No, you have to put some effort in. She put the effort in. And then she ended up fully transitioning into breathwork and holistic healing. And guess what? She doubled her income compared to a corporate job in that year.
Yeah.
That's pretty special, right? And she can work from anywhere and has come and spend time at our retreats being an instructor, and it's just super fun to be around. And she's always traveling around. It's crazy how much she travels around, like a rock star. So yeah, that's Claudia's lifestyle, all right? So she can really show you, right, her story, how breathwork can just change your life, especially if you're going through this phase right now, which a lot of women are, right? And Claudia's also going to do a whole challenge soon on this particular topic for women, right? So you're going to love that. Completely for women only, I would say, right? It has to be, unfortunately. I know some of you guys want to get on Claudia's session, but it's for women, and it will be coming at some point in the next few months or sooner, hopefully. And she found her own unique niche. She found the people who are just like herself. So here's one of the top tips I can give you is it's much easier to serve people just like yourself, to influence and serve and help, because they can relate to you, resonate with you. And this is the other cool thing about SOMA Breath, is that you all can reach people that I can't. And that's the whole beauty of this community and having more than one instructor, one guru. There's no guru in this. We're all gurus. Everyone's a guru. We help people find their own inner guru and have that strength to believe in themselves, right? So every one of you can speak to more people than I can on my own. And that's why we need all the different personalities and different specialities, right? We're really encouraging that. All right, so that's Claudia. I'll give you another really cool story, okay, of now a guy. I don't know if he's on here, but let me tell you a little bit about my crazy journey. There's so much I could go on about. I'm not going to go on about it. You can listen to my podcast for a deeper insight. You can listen to my interviews on YouTube for a deeper insight to my own crazy story. Actually, if you want to see my insane manifesting stories that led to, this crazy infographic going viral and then SOMA Breath and all of that, just type in real magic, the renegade pharmacist, and you'll see a really crazy article on that. Okay, so what happened recently was I went to Dubai. And in Dubai, one of our top instructors, most prolific ones, most busy instructors, called Abbas, right? So I'm just going to tell you a little bit Abbas's story. So he is a amazing guy from Dubai, from Lebanon, actually, lives in Dubai. And he was exploring techniques because he, was fed up with his job, got bored of his career, wanted to do something new, right? He wanted to do something more meaningful. And he went to a transformational SOMA Breath session in Sri Lanka, right? Did one transformational SOMA Breath session, boom. It led him to dive straight into instructor training. And he has now built a thriving practice where he integrates breathwork into corporate settings, yoga studios, and is now doing retreats, okay? And he's an example of passion, persistence, networking, right? The skill of networking, which we also teach you, and a commitment to learning continuously. He's gone really deep, really gone fully into this and got the results, right? So who here can relate to getting bored and fed up with your job, right? Like, know that you want to do something better, more meaningful. You want to leave a legacy, you want to have a purpose. Yeah? Okay, well, definitely tune into David Jenicade's session where he's going to really give you some insights into that. He has a very similar story. Yeah, a lot of you want to change your career. I can get it. I get it. That's what happened to me. All right? So let me go back in time now to like when I first began. So what I've noticed a lot was in this island where I live, Koh Phangan, it's like a really condensed, compressed population of healers, coaches, therapists, all living on this tiny island, right? And they're all competing with each other, okay? So there's a lot of competition. And one thing I realized was that these people don't stand out. Nobody stands out from each other. They're all doing the same thing. Well, it's very small variations of what they, of what each other does. Like if you're a yoga teacher, there's like 4 or 5 others just down the street, right? So people will find it really difficult to make their classes interesting and to get people to come to their classes. So when I started to do SOMA Breath, the early version of it on the beach with my mates, the crazy thing was how viral it became, because people had such a mind-blowing experience just from 20 minutes. They started telling everybody on the island, right? Before I knew it, we were doing 200-300 people breathwork ceremonies, right? Which nobody else had done before. Like, so you probably heard of cacao ceremonies, right? So you'd have cacao ceremonies in Koh Phangan, right? But there'll be maybe 10, 15 people show up, right? But I did a cacao ceremony, bringing SOMA Breath into it for like, what was it? Like, I think it was like 250 people. It was, the amount of cacao we had to brew was insane. And to top it all off, was that the famous comedian from England called Russell Howard, right? He came with his mum and did an episode for his TV show in Copenhagen. If you type in horny zombies in Copenhagen, you'll see my episode. It's really ridiculous. It's very, very funny. And that was when I knew that we were onto something, because a famous TV show, very famous comedian, came and did a show on us. And he actually really liked it. He actually really enjoyed it, and which was really cool. So that was one of the many things that happened. You know, so many crazy things happen on the time. So when I got off the island and finally went into reality, right, I was wondering, would anyone actually appreciate this? Will they all think I'm completely bonkers, right? But Wim Hof had already started that. But nobody really knows that Wim Hof spent 20 years of being called complete nutcase, being ridiculed, and really like discredited in the media until he got his break by Vice making a documentary. So he had already created a movement of breath that was spreading, and I was now starting to work with him. So it was actually easier than I expected. People were actually drawn to breath work suddenly for the first time ever, right? So I was like, wow. And then when I started to do SOMA Breath sessions on people, first time, it first happened in a Mind Valley event in Mykonos, where I ended up doing a breathwork session, one of the first ever ones I did off the island, 60 people in a basement of a hotel with NASA scientists measuring the brainwaves on participants. And they did this amazing case study at the end of it. And I was like, wow, okay, there's science now coming to this. And so on and so forth. Just by spreading this, by sharing it for free, everywhere I go, it's suddenly turned into this amazing movement. And, you know, I think Wim Hof definitely gets a lot of credit, but I also think SOMA Breath and the amount of effort we put into, you know, getting this message out there has now opened up the whole world of breathwork to the mainstream. It's not considered so woo-woo anymore. In fact, the BBC just did an article. Now, the BBC are usually very skeptical, but they did an article as a whole segment, which is all about the healing power of breath, right? And it's all about breath work. So now it's going mainstream. So I would say now is the best time ever for getting into this, because you are at the bottom of the hockey slope. So think of yoga in the 70s. Now everyone's a yoga instructor. It's all over the place, right? But in the early days, it was like this. People thought you were a bit weird, right? Or it wasn't like mainstream to do yoga yet. And then it went boom and took off massive, right? When brands like Lululemon got into it, you know, and other bigger brands started to make yoga outfits and yoga clothes. So that trend is just lifting off right now, okay, for breath work. And, you know, there's articles you'll see like Vogue and GQ talking about the new yoga breath work, right? There'll be shows now coming on. And Cambridge University did a study with us, the biggest study done on breath work on the 21-day awakening journey, which actually won an award last year. It's the #1 program, right, out of many reviewed. I think it was about 100 reviewed by Holistic Life magazine. So now breathwork is becoming like, you know, a scientifically studied practice. It's getting validated and accepted by the mainstream. That's why it's an even better moment right now, because the science is now supporting it. So for all of the very left brain people in the world who need to be woken up and shown the light, you now have science to support it. And when I started out, I had none of this stuff, right? And it was considered a bit weird. Wim Hof came along, opened up the doors. Then slowly, by just doing sessions, I got recognized. And then after lots of years of hard graft, right, we got this school together and now we have thousands of instructors, right? And many of them are very successful. So, you know, there's phenomenal amounts of case studies and testimonials and feedback. We have several on our YouTube channel where you can learn about people's stories, interviews I've done. We've got many more I'm uploading very soon. And you're going to hear some of those here as well by our top instructors. So the proof is already out there about you. Yes, you can build a career. You can become successful. The proof is already out there. And Tony Robbins always says model success. The fast track to becoming successful is to model people already successful at doing what you want. So SOMA Breath, because it's designed in this community-like way, you just model the success of people you resonate with, other instructors. You find mentors, they buddy you, they teach you, and they help you, right? So that's really, really useful now that you can, you know, find somebody who's doing what you want to do, model their success, and then create the same results for yourself. All right. The hard work has been, heavy lifting has already been done. You know, you're going to save a lot of trial and error from what I've learned by just replicating, duplicating what I've done. And that's what our SOMA Breath training is all about. Instructor training is really a duplication of my experience. And you see, there's so many dietitians out there, nutritionists. There's so many energy healers and people like that. So many different certifications as well that you can go and choose. So me as a pharmacist, if I look back on myself, my own healing journey, if I was to think about what was the catalyst, the one thing that made the biggest difference, right, that really got me moving into the direction of healing, it is the early breathing techniques that my Swami taught me. The very simple breathing technique, right, for switching off the stress, getting into a calm, meditative state, right? I'm just going to teach you that now. So if you ever get a little bit nervous, stressed, anxious, if you just do this, it works like magic, okay? And this is the first technique she showed me to get me out of this nervous, anxious mind back into my body, right? Really simple, okay? So let's all just do it together, just so that you can understand what I'm talking about. Now, what I want you to do first is do the opposite of what I'm about to show you, and that's unhealthy breathing, all right? I just want to demonstrate what unhealthy breathing feels like and how good it feels when you correct your breathing, right? This is just the beginning of an amazing journey of things you can achieve with your breath. So let's do it together. What I want you to do is hyperventilate, pant like a dog for the next 20 seconds. So let's go. After 3, 2, 1, start. Do that 30 times. Keep going, another 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop. Okay, just check in with how you feel right now. Check in with how you feel. Good, not good. Pain in my shoulders, dizzy, anxious, erratic, accelerated heartbeat. There you go. Not good, right? So let's get straight into the actual technique to fix that right now. So what I want you to do now is just sit comfortably, close your mouth, breathe in through your nose for 2 seconds, and then just let go, relax, exhale for about 2 to 4 seconds. So your exhale is slightly longer than your inhale, and then hold your breath for 4 seconds and repeat. So breathing in, letting go. Allow your diaphragm to relax. Hold for 4, 3, 2, 1. In through your nose. Exhale through your nose. Relaxed. Hold. 3, 2, 1. Breathing in through your nose. Silent and subtle. Letting go on the exhale. Relaxed. Hold. 3, 2, 1. One more time, breathing in, silent, subtle, letting go, relax, exhale, no force, 3, 2, 1. One more time, just breathing in, letting go, hold, 3, 2, 1. Stop. Now, how do you feel now? Do you feel something changed? Calm. Calm. Everyone's feeling calm. See? Simple technique, and you feel calm, peaceful, relaxed. Amazing, right? Not night-headed anymore. There we go. Not dizzy, comfortable. There we go. See? Prove to you right now that just with your breath, you can change how you feel. You can go from panicky, anxious, dizzy to relaxed, calm, centered. All right? How cool is that? Just very quickly. Switched. So this is the power of the breath. And imagine the light bulb went off in my head when my Swami told me that one thing to do. You know, that how I reacted to that. It was like a boom, like sudden aha moment. I was like, wow, can't believe the relief I just got from that. So quickly I realized I'd been breathing wrong. I'd been breathing stressfully, and I'd been over breathing and hyperventilating, breathing through my mouth, stressed, anxious, doing that unconsciously, not even realizing it, because what you just did was hyperventilation. And when you hyperventilate, you let go of the most important gas in your body, carbon dioxide. And when you overbreathe for too long, like I just did, I just showed you to do, you end up getting less oxygen to your brain, not more. This causes dizziness, sickness, stress. It makes you age faster. And when you're stressed out throughout the day, you don't even realize it, you're huffing and puffing, overbreathing, hyperventilating, and it's affecting how you get oxygen to your cells. But when you breathe the right way, even just for a few minutes, you can correct that. You can bring oxygen back into where it needs to go and feel much better and much more in control of your emotions, right, and your state. So this, for my own self, led me down a rabbit hole, and I started to learn so many other breathing techniques. And one of the techniques that really made a big difference was breath retention. Because in pranayama, the most revered technique of all is called kumbhaka, breath retention. It's what you do when you don't breathe, right? And what I realized was that breath retention, holding your breath, okay, is one of the most important things you can do for improving your health in various ways. And you can use breath hold techniques to create incredible effects in the body. And with a certain type of breath retention, where you hold your breath for a long enough period of 60 to 90 seconds, you can create a positive stress on the body and release a dose, D-O-S-E, dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, endorphins, and actually get high, right? Naturally. Okay? And you feel blissed out at the end. Now, let me just ask you a question. How many of you, or who here likes to get high? Be honest. Who likes to get high? In whatever form it could be. Everyone likes to get high, right? Come on, that's human nature. So, why I ask that is because a lot of people have been seeking ways to get high, but maybe finding the wrong method, the one that actually gets you high and then brings you down, like quickly, come downs. And anything can do that. TV, watching that for too long can do that. Working too hard can do that. Too much coffee can do that. Alcohol can definitely do that, right? Drugs, prescription medication, so many things can have a negative side effect on you. But what I've realized with the breath is if you do it right, you can get this natural feel-good high that just makes you feel amazing at the end of it, right? And that's what led me to creating the SOMA awakening technique, which is a sequence of rhythmic breathing followed by breath retention. And that entire sequence produces this dose, dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, endorphins, your neurotransmitters, that makes you feel naturally high, gets you happy and healthy. And that's why it's the best medicine of all. And that's why we have so many people now obsessed and addicted to SOMA Breath. And in doing so, they've let go of their harmful addictions and just transferred their addiction to something positive. Now, here's the thing I have to state, right, that, and in my opinion, addictions do not go away, right? If you listen to a lot of addicts say, I'm an ex-addict, those people are just addicted to something else. And it's usually something that's better for them than what they had before. So, the people who do the 12-step program, they tend to become complete evangelists of the 12-step program and talk about it to everybody, and like an addict who's obsessed. But they've now got obsessed by something better for themselves. There's a lot of stories of people who go off and become wellness influencers who are ex-addicts, and they get super obsessed and fanatical about their practice, right? Well, that's the same thing with SOMA Breath. I want you to actually become a raving fan of this technique because it really works. And it will help you let go of other addictions you might have that haven't been serving you very well. And you will finally find a way to get high that's actually good for you, right? That is, you should be really proud of being addicted to, right? And that's the thing with SOMA Breath. There's a lot of people who've come off addictions, bad habits, and things that have led them down the wrong path and turned it into their strength. I'm somebody who had all of those things in my 20s. And then when I got sick, I had a wake-up call, I turned it all around, and I got obsessed with the breath. I got obsessed with learning everything I can about it. I got obsessed with the mission of sharing it with the world. And I got obsessed with this idea that, this is something, there's a medicine that can actually cross so many boundaries. It can connect with so many different types of people. Doesn't matter what religion you are, color, caste, age. If you can breathe, got a pair of lungs and a beating heart, you can actually do this, right? And that's why I really am calling in the tribe to be on this mission with me. All of you on this call right now, to just, even if all you did was use it for yourself, right, is to get obsessed by this simple stuff that we've got available to us all the time. All right, because it can help solve some of the world's biggest problems, in my opinion, if the world got a bit more obsessed with breathing. I'll tell you why. Because a lot of the problems in the world is due to overconsumption, where human beings are just creating stuff after stuff to stuff, because human beings are so obsessed with filling that void within them, that spiritual void, right? The pain of keeping up with everybody and the stress of and boredom with their jobs. It means people seek ways to get high artificially through materialism, consumerism, drugs, alcohol, bad food, processed foods. And this is what's clogging up the planet. It's what's messing it up. So the more people obsessed with the breathing, which is free, right, and doesn't take any electricity, right, the better, because that's going to make people actually want less stuff in the world. And that's what I found for myself. Okay? And the other problem is disease, right? The number 4 killer in the world, believe it or not, is what's supposed to be the solution to medicine. to disease, which is medicine, right? It's like the number 4 killer in the world, adverse drug reactions, right? It's supposed to be the solution to the actual so-called killers disease. But medicine, arguably, is giving people disease when they shouldn't actually have it because of side effects, and it's killing them. And I saw this as a pharmacist, the harmful effects of drugs, right? So if people take in these SOMA breath practices, if they use it, if they turn into a habit, a practice. So I urge everybody to download the SOMA breath app, right? Free of charge. You've got like a little pocket pharmacist there, breath pharmacist that you can use. And if people just adopt a breath-based lifestyle, I guarantee less medications will be consumed, right? And that means less burden on the health services. And that also means happier people, kinder people that go on and do good things to people, less antidepressants being taken, and so on and so forth. We can do such good work by making the breath the new way of life, right? So yeah, disease, big problem. Overconsumption, big problem. Trauma, emotional trauma. We've just been through a collective trauma, which is COVID, the whole situation. It was so depressing for a lot of people. And people were locked away in their homes. So right now, depression has gone through a roof. It's really an alarming scale. Suicide that we've not seen before. And with our studies with Cambridge University, we've shown that SOMA breath could be a non-pharmacological, safe alternative to medications for treating depression, which is amazing, right? So they're going to do some deeper studies on this to see where we can go with that and get it into places like the NHS. So there's so much opportunity right now to help people. Who here wants to be in a line of work, a career where they're actually helping people? I'm sure that's why you're all here, right? And who here wants to be able to help people, but from anywhere in the world, like wherever they want, as long as they can connect to the Wi-Fi? Because the beauty of breathwork is that we can do it over the internet. How cool is that? Like we're doing right now. I'm doing a class, right? You can work online. A lot of what I do is online, actually, right? Power of digital. And now AI is changing things. It's taken to another level. And who wants to actually really use this as a way for themselves to heal and transform themselves? Yes. Amazing. Well, then you're all in the right place. This is where you're going to learn in the next few hours some incredible insights from our top transformation coaches who are already making a massive impact themselves in the world today. That's why they've been handpicked to show you the way, to be your guides on this special event. So I've been speaking a lot. So what I want to do now is just open up to anyone who might have questions about anything. It's your chance for the next 20 minutes. Maybe you've got some interesting story you want to share with us as well about your own experience with SOMA breath that's going to inspire people. Feel free to do that too.
Yes, and please just click in the hand icon. Yeah, good. So I have Roots Good. Hi.
All right. Roots God, go for it.
Yes, I love Roots Good too. That's amazing. Y'all could call me Roots Good as well, because that sounds great.
Roots God.
No, I just want to give thanks. I just want to say, I'm grateful. So, I've been looking for different places to get certified in breath work. And after going through the gamut, going through so many different ones, it's this one has been very specific in just the way of engagement and really showing your heart and telling your story, which I really appreciate. And my purpose is to really help people to serve. And so, I just want to first say that I'm very grateful for my call with Tim as well. And
Nice.
also just in terms of the actual breathwork activities. I've done some trainings, and I've honestly had mentors who've been a little closed-minded and close-hearted when it comes to building community and really sharing with being intentional and loving. And so I just want to say thank you for all of the all of the work that y'all do, and the app is definitely amazing. So I look forward to going forward with you all.
Amazing.
And I'm also I'm based in New York. Already
Great.
already done a lot of different certifications, but the one thing that stuck out to me that I was going to ask you all about was the business aspect, because I think one thing about myself is that I tend to do so many things just for the idea of, like, I want to help people, and so balancing, I guess, if you could speak a little bit to balancing that idea that we are in this capitalist society, capitalist world, with the idea that there's so many things that we need to do to help people in general, because there's so much sickness, there's so much disease, there's also a lot of beautiful things in the world. But yeah, so this idea of being a health practitioner and balancing that with the business, if you could speak a little bit to that.
Yeah. So, what do you do right now currently in New York? You muted.
I muted myself and couldn't come back
Ah,
off. So I teach music. I'm a musician as well. I teach yoga. I
nice.
actually got to teach a yoga class at 1:30 today. But I also do raw food. So I make raw food and elixirs for people. So really, like, everything holistic health is really what I'm about.
So
And
you're a musician.
Yes, yes. So I have a few albums out, but I'm working on some things that are more intentional in terms of healing sounds. Um,
Oh,
yeah, I'm like staring at my sound bowls right now. So I'm like really in training mode in terms of being more intentional with the healing aspects of music. Um, so yeah, I studied musical theater in school, which is kind of what started me off, like thinking about singing, which engage the
you're a
breath in
singer.
so many ways. Yes, yes. So I
Oh,
sing,
cool.
play multiple instruments. Um,
Well, if
yeah.
you're on
So
Spotify, you can drop your link.
oh, I would love to. That I'm grateful for that. Yeah, I'll definitely drop that. So doing music, producing my own music, which is also something that's like really calling me to y'all, because you say Song was all about the music, and I'm like, word, how can I engage deeper? And yeah. Besides teaching music, doing music, the food, the yoga, yeah, really, my purpose is just to help people. Actually, it's interesting because I was in the 5-day challenge with you all, and somebody mentioned the vaccine. So there's a lot of things that I've been doing in terms of just speaking about natural health and how nature is healing, just going outside and doing deep breaths in that fresh air, getting the microbiome inside of your nasal passages. So like I'm really like a nerd with all of this, but it's also like a deep calling to just help people. So yeah. I'm
Amazing.
yeah. So the biggest thing is, once again, like how that business element comes into play when we're balancing it with wanting to help others.
So yeah, the business is very important. It's fundamental to being successful. So the thing is, most people get scared of it, or they try and do everything by themselves, and that can be sometimes the problem. Or one thing is the not starting at all. So some people, what they do is they're brilliant at studying and being forever students and never get to actually doing business. And what does business really mean? It means providing value to a marketplace. A marketplace is a group of people who uh, have a demand for something. So and where they're willing to exchange, something of value for that benefit. So there is a huge, as we know, quite obvious amount of people who are looking and seeking health, right? getting back to health. Because in America, it's almost like you go bankrupt if you can't pay your medical bills. So people are doing what they can. America's definitely really a big opportunity compared to some other countries for preventative care, right? And now this is definitely becoming more of a thing around the world as Europe is bankrupt and people are struggling to get doctors and things there. But doctors, let's be real here, are not good at prevention. Doctors are great at fixing you, when you've broken something or had a heart attack or some kind of emergency. Great for that. When it comes to prevention, not so good. And people are waking up to that now. So you have, if you've got the right skills, a ready-made amount of people to serve, right? Especially in New York, places like that. Lots of people in a city. So you got to provide that value. So where people get stuck is getting that value out to the world. So often they suck with things like marketing, promoting themselves, using the internet, places like Eventbrite, which allows you to run events, to market events. So there's so many tools out there that I didn't have that makes all of this easier. But the problem is a lot of people don't do it. And the reason why they don't do it is some fear. And that's why it's really useful to have someone who can mentor you to help you overcome those blocks, right? And also help you focus, because one of the reasons why we end up doing too many certifications and not taking action is because it's like a form of procrastination to doing what actually makes money, which is the self-promotion. Now, you could just, as a yoga teacher, if you knew how, make a very successful career without doing SOMA Breath certification. I could show you, right? Especially bringing music into it. But it requires you actually doing the work of learning how to run a business and do marketing and all the business side of it. So that's what we do with SOMA Breath, but I can't help everyone out there. So if you become a SOMA Breath instructor, you can learn the business of marketing and self-promotion and getting yourself out there and bringing your value to the right people, right? But it will be done through as a SOMA Breath instructor, but it doesn't mean you can't apply it to anything else you're doing. It's exactly the same principles, right? The same tools, the same setup. And now we're building a entire system where one of my top friends, who's like one of the godfathers in the UK of business coaching and internet marketing, he's one of the first people who inspired me to become a digital nomad. He's actually joined SOMA Breath. A lot of weird circles are forming right now where people from the past that I admired are now coming and joining the mission. And so he's going to be creating a complete done for you marketing system within our website, which will mean that you can have things set up ready to sell right from the beginning, right? Very fast. So that's all coming very soon. But what you need to do is just probably focus on, you're probably already doing a lot, and just to focus on now just that simple thing, the result. What is the result you can give to people, and how can you deliver that to your people, and do it in a way that means you can pay the bills and put food on the table, right? So you can do that in many ways, but you've got to think about what is the modality you want to double down on and go fully in. Because SOMA Breath isn't just a breathwork school, actually. It's actually, in my opinion, is a school of transformation. And yoga is the foundation of it all. The 8 limbs of yoga, right? All the different steps to enlightenment, actually, is the whole course from beginning to end. Just made fun, modern, and more applicable to our day and age. And this new training that I've developed, which goes in the transformational coaching side, which is that's the end of the whole course, is an entire protocol that is like a map of the 8 limbs of yoga, the 8 different steps, or the 8 circuits of consciousness, different steps of consciousness. And it's really potent, really powerful. And it's the most powerful breathwork tracks I've produced. So you'll get access to all these tools, which you can then use in various ways. So, you can start by doing like yoga classes or put breath work into it. So we have an instructor, Shayna, who's a amazing yoga teacher, but she was struggling to get her sessions packed enough, to pay the bills just as a yoga teacher. Then she did SOMA Breath, and she started to make her classes really unique and special by bringing in the breath work. And now suddenly she started to get raving fans, and people started to do the marketing for her. Suddenly she's got busy classes. And then she's gone deeper and deeper. Now she's a proper rock star. She does retreats all over the world in different places. And, she helps out on our retreats and stuff like that. And she brings music into it too. Somebody just wrote, Shane is doing amazing work in the UK. So yeah, she brings music into her modality. She's really into drum and bass music, jungle music. But I don't know what kind of music you make, but you could probably make your own soundtracks to yoga and breathwork yourself. And what we're doing on the app is taking instructor sessions. We have a couple coming out this week, and we're going to have like opportunities for musicians and especially somies like you who've got talent to create your own breathwork sessions for the app. And also it's a way for you to get yourself out there. And then you can fill YouTube up with your own music and sessions. There's so many ways to get your art out there, but combine your art with what you want to do, which is heal people, help people, right?
Totally. Thank you so much.
I hope that was useful.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
Can I say something else as well, Roots God? Maybe you need to think about this. It's important because usually this is a big mistake, that we think that the service that I'm providing is the service that people want. So ask to your audience, ask to your clients, what do you want from me? What kind of service you want from me? Because sometimes we get involved in our ego. So I think this is the best service that I'm going to be putting out, but it's actually not, because it's not what my clients or my audience are going to reach me for. So it's a very simple survey that you can do and just ask like, listen, what I'm thinking in these 3 different services, for example, which one do you like the most? And then you will have more information to start building your services. Yeah.
Yes. Very good.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Definitely grateful. And just really trying to put the business mind on a little bit more. It's fine right now in terms of check to check, but I definitely am looking to scale. So I thank you both for that insight, and I'm looking forward to joining SOMA.
Good stuff. I love it.
Okay, see you soon then.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have Trish. Let's have a woman. Hello, Trish. You have to unmute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello. Hi. Yes.
Hello.
I have been following Soma Breath for quite some time, where I discovered it at a retreat. And I've looked into the training multiple times where I've spoken to people, and as you've evolved, it's changed. And what I'd like to know today is, with the different levels you have, you mentioned transformational coaching, which is a very overused word, I believe, these days. And I would like to understand, as somebody that's been trained in ICF and PCC certification for coaching, at what point, how does that complement? Or because when I asked about the levels, they said, oh, maybe you only need level 1 and not to do the rest. And so I didn't really understand where, outside of the breathwork training, where does that coaching element come into play in your training, and how does it complement or overlap within the other type of coaching certifications?
Yeah, so our coaching is focused on really instructional. So giving the tools to the client, and through that they're learning a way of life, a new way of life, and through that they make the change from within. And the first couple of levels are really breath work focused. So you get the foundation of the breath, the science behind it, and you learn the standard classes that we teach, like the energized breath meditation, which means that you have classes you can bring into your practice. And what some like yoga instructors do, actually, I was going to say to Ruth Scott as an example, is they use the beginner classes or these like entry level breath meditation sessions as a way to bring people into their coaching practice, right? To do more deeper work with them. So a lot of people like will get to know you and connect with you after a breathwork session in the sharing circle. And there you can really communicate with people and understand what issues people have. And some of them might even come to you for more help. And there you can actually help people to come into whatever other type of coaching practice you might have. Now, later on in the course, in level 3, we go into the neurosomatic programming or breath therapy. So it's using like my method of change work, which is the body, bring the body into it with hypnotic programming. So it's a form of NLP that we call NSP, neurosomatic programming. And that we go really deep into that. And then in the transformational coaching, you actually learn how to use that as a coaching modality. So we have our own protocol, step by step, that worked for me and my clients that you can adapt for your own purposes. But it's not going to be like some coaching certifications are fully all about coaching and the art of coaching. It's not going to go as deep as maybe some of those coaching certifications. So having a coach certification definitely helps to use our modality in your coaching. But you're going to learn enough from me if you are not a coach already, to be able to coach your clients so for people who haven't done a coaching certification, you're still going to learn the art of coaching, but enough to get the result that we want, right? So it depends on the time. I'm not sure the kind of coaching you focus on, but ours is a lot more focused on healing, holistic health, and emotional like release and trauma. So, but when it comes to maybe Tony Robbins style motivational coaching, we're not going to go fully into that kind of style of coaching, but it can be easily done through what we teach, if you know what I mean.
So if I summarize back, what I heard was level 3. After level 3, you instill a coaching methodology that applies what you learn in level 3 through that experience. Is that what you said?
Yeah, we have a protocol
Okay.
which you go through and you learn neurosomatic programming at a much deeper level, and you learn how to use this as a coaching protocol. And we have this one journey called the Universal Journey, which is a framework that you can take people through step by step. And it's a coaching protocol. So it's like you learn to facilitate that. So we have the 21-day awakening journey. And even that is,
Which I completed.
That is a very powerful system in itself. It's had amazing success. So you learn how to facilitate that. So that would be a transformational coaching protocol.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, I guess because as an existing coach, I'm trying, I'm looking at how do I infuse the breathwork and elements within what I'm doing with people today, right? And so therefore, that's why I was trying to understand where things are in the curriculum as it evolves. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean, what we teach more is like prescriptions. So if somebody has this problem, this is what you would use, and this is how you use it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is different from the approach of where I take in coaching, which is, as a facilitator to help them unveil what their needs and things are. So.
Oh yeah, but we do that as well.
Questioning.
But that is a prescription. In my opinion, that's one of the prescriptions.
Correct.
Is like the first thing we would do with a client is to help them understand themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you.
All right.
Trish,
Cool.
Trish, I have a question. Have you ever done the 21 days awakening journey with SOMA Breath?
I have done that over 2 years ago. So
Okay.
I've been practicing for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years now. And so I
Mm-hmm.
did the 21 journey, a long time ago, and then was part of your somatic when you said you were going to have an app, and then a year later, it still wasn't there.
Oh,
And
we have an
so,
app.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, definitely. Yes, and I'm grateful that the cost is a lot less than what I paid for that last back then for access now. So thank you.
All
Okay,
right,
so then if
cool.
you are like, if you have that experience with the 21 days, if when you become a transformational coach, you will be able to certify yourself, being able to guide that kind of journeys, or even develop your own. And for me, at least in my own business and the way that I approach women, it helped me a lot as well to just have a different approach with a program or a coaching program.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And then when you say that, then what level is that before incorporating your 21-day journey? Is that level 3 or level 1?
No, you have
So
to be in advance. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. That's why I was asking. Thank you. Mhm.
yeah,
Thank you,
okay,
Trish. Nice to see you. Okay, maybe we have one more before we need to do a break. And
yeah,
let's have Julian. Hi.
Okay, can you hear me? Hi.
yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, hi, Niraj. Yeah, I did your sort of 3-day introductory course. I've been doing breath work for quite a while just for myself. Started with Wim Hof, lots of natural high, and then I stopped getting those. I just been following lots of YouTube videos, Breathe with Sandy and breathwork beats and all that sort of stuff. But then I found Soma Breath, and I love the fact that you do music with it and everything else. So I'm I'm a seafarer. I'm a captain on cruise ships.
Ooh.
Yeah, cool. But it's this sort of thing. People think I'm a bit woo woo.
Yeah,
But
I
I would
agree.
love to. I would love to sort of start something as a side hustle. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, and see how it goes. But I've always worked for somebody else. I've never worked for myself. I've never had the sort of guts to do that. I've always been happy, working for somebody else and getting a paycheck and blah 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 blah. So that it's a very new thing for me. So a little bit, I guess, apprehensive about that sort of thing, but I am intrigued. I'm really quite intrigued to see, and I think having a captain do it, being a breathwork instructor could be something quite unique.
Yes, that would be so cool. Well, we need to bring Summer Breath into cruise ships.
Okay.
It should be part of. I'm sure they do yoga classes on these cruise ships,
Oh, yeah,
right?
loads of yoga
Yeah.
classes,
So
depending on
let's
the
do a
size of the
deal.
ship.
Let's put a
Okay,
summer. Let's put a Summer Breath instructor called Julian Burgess on.
there you go.
There you go. Nice.
So I'm really intrigued to hear, or to do this and find out, if I can do this.
Of course you can
So
do
I'm
it.
intrigued. Yeah, okay.
Well,
But I said
here's the
I've never
thing.
run a business before. I've always only, I've got 3 brothers that have all running their own businesses. My dad ran his own business, but I've always been the one who's always worked for somebody else, I guess.
Wow. And did you get some kind of benefit from the technique already?
Yeah, I've been what at the. I've just gone through. I just sold my main house. In fact, we completed yesterday. So I lost my kind of dream job back in April. I'm hoping to get another one. I think I mentioned this when I spoke to you before. I'm right in the final stage of divorce
Oh,
and moving house. So
yeah.
so I had some really bad depression this year, and I'm going to speak quite openly. I've had depression kind of on and off since 2013 when I was trying to move house for the first time. But but I believe now a lot of it is to do with my relationship. You know, my relationship with my wife was already kind of going south. You know, we just lost the love and everything. So I sort of, you know, I'd gone right down and I picked myself up through getting up early, doing breath work, doing yoga, doing all sorts. And then I would go the other extreme. You know, I would become this total energetic, in fact, driving people kind of mad, that I was too positive. You know what I mean? I didn't have kind of level playing field. I was either very up, and then a big event would come along, you know, and I would start going down again. But I'm feeling really good now. I've sort of moved away. We completed on the house yesterday. My wife is living in one part of the UK. I moved to Windsor. I'm just renting an apartment at the moment. Love it here. And just sort of getting my life back together. But I'm with the breath, so I wasn't sleeping at all well. And I started putting some headphones in and listening to one of your meditations, about 8 minutes. It says about helping you get to sleep. And boy, it's been fantastic.
Yes.
Fantastic. And then in the mornings, I've started doing some of your other stuff for about 20 odd minutes, rather than the other guys that I was following. And I'm loving it. And I love the fact is there's wonderful music to it. I think your voice is great. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
Well, that's a niche already. Like, is sleep. If you just become a sleep specialist and fix your sleep and help other people with sleep, that's one of the biggest problems people have in this day and age, is sleeping properly. So you know, there's so many ways you can like take one modality of SOMA Breath and focus on that one, the one that you like the most, because it's really a pharmacy. You know, so
Okay.
just thoughts for you, ideas, but you could also get breath work onto cruise ships. It's another option. Even if it was just audio, like audio version somehow, meditation pods, you know, there's many different things you could think of outside the box. You never know.
Okay. Thank you.
You know them better than me, the cruise ships.
Well, I do.
All right.
I'm very intrigued.
Well, stay tuned for the rest of the sessions. They're going to give you even more amazing inspiration. We'll take one more. There's Christiana.
Yes, we can have, Julian, you do men's circles to, embrace the divorce, because my opinion is that divorce is a huge opportunity to grow. True. If you're really taking that. So your need should be men's circle, and, embracing the divorce, growing from divorce, and trying to see that as an opportunity to be better, happier.
Very good point.
Yeah. I always feel happier, actually. I always feel happier. I'm enjoying my own company, and I'm already joining lots of clubs down here in Windsor in England, and meeting people, and I feel like this is a new life starting for me, so I'm excited.
Amazing.
Okay, Julian, thank you. See you soon then.
All right, we'll take
let's have
one more.
now. Christiana.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Niraj. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Thanks for tuning in. Happy to connect again. So I have a question and a feedback. Which one would you like first?
Whatever's get the bad out of the way first, and then we'll do the good.
No, both of them are good. I'll start with the feedback.
Yeah, go for it.
Of course. I'll start with the feedback. I downloaded your app just last week, because that's when I discovered you, as I was saying in our previous session. And I'm doing every day quite a few stuff from there, the stuff that you've recommended, and some more that I found. I've sent to everyone, and your music as well. It's great. I am loving it, and you were right. It helps with the vata. I was telling you that in breath work in general, I only have one technique that works, and the other ones just get me out of the body into
Oh, yeah.
breath. So
Yeah.
I was looking for something that I'm using that.
And it worked.
I'm not doing quite the same rhythm but my breath usually takes longer and with longer pauses than your exercise, but it works very well for me. So maybe you want
Nice.
to guide on that. I have
That's so
slower
cool.
breath usually, much
Yeah.
slower, and rarer than what's on the up. But I do
Yeah.
work with the music and the rhythm, and the mind goes completely still. Like I have no
Brilliant.
thoughts, and my breath pauses for a long time as soon as you start. So it's great.
Which track did you use?
That's the feedback. I use limitless, gratitude,
Did you do the coherent
hacking
breath
the
one?
fun.
Coherent breath?
Yes, I heard you, and I'm thinking, no, I think that's the one I discovered last night,
That's a
and
good
I
one.
put it
It's a
on, but I
slower
fell
rhythm.
asleep. I fell asleep, so I can't give you feedback. I was
No worries,
really
no worries.
tired, so I
So we
can't give
have
you feedback on
more,
that. But I repeat.
yeah, we have more courses coming on the app soon as well. Like the Breath of Life course, for example, is much slower rhythmic
I
breathing.
heard about it. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
that's on the
mentioned it
website.
at some point.
Yeah.
I'm
Cool. So
looking
what was
at
your
it.
question?
Yes, question is, what drawn me into your discovering your work was the story of your journey and how you healed, because everybody does breath work, for getting high or for getting into ice or whatever Wim Hof is doing. I didn't follow his work much because I didn't resonate, but what my interest was in your story of healing and the fact that you do so much. I don't know if the word is prophylactic, but breath work based on healing certain illnesses. That's what I mean.
Yes, exactly.
And I'm really interested in that part of your work because it's so specific, so narrowed down on, healing things that people were dealing with for
Self-healing.
many years. What's
Yes.
the greatest case that you've had or know of from maybe other coaches that you can tell us about?
Wow.
Yeah, that's the question.
We have so many of them now. Like if you go to the 21 Day Awakening sales page, you'll see there's a video and there's loads of amazing stories on there. But the one is the beginning of that video is from this lady called Letitia. She had a similar thing to
Yours?
me,
Okay.
similar condition, and she was going to die actually. The parents were going to have a talk with her, and she managed to turn it all around when she found the 21-day
Uh-huh.
awakening journey. She did it. She was really sick. She was going to be on, properly admitted to
Yeah.
hospital. She was losing so much weight, but she solved it. So that was the first
The blonde
story on
person.
that video. Huh?
Yes.
Yeah, but we have many stories like that. We have Piotr, who's survived from cancer, who's one of our instructors. We have
Yes, I remember her story. I
Rhiannon.
saw it somewhere, maybe on the internet.
Yeah, Rhiannon, who was going to be in a wheelchair. She was on 36 medication pills. She stopped taking all the pills, and now she's a cerebral breath instructor. That's like a classic. We have so many classic stories like that. People who.
Yeah.
But I don't want to give too much hope for no reason. Like everything can be supported, but we can get into trouble by making it seem like it's too easy, right? But no, there is some effort involved, and it
No,
doesn't
hope
work
is
for absolutely
necessary.
everybody. As in, I don't want to make any false expectations and say that this is like a drug or anything like that because we can get in
Yeah,
trouble.
no,
But what I will say is that we have incredible testimonials if you do the work, if you actually do what it takes. It
Yeah.
isn't a lot of effort.
Yeah.
It's just breathing. We do get really remarkable results, and we can explain the science of how it works. So it's not hocus pocus magic. There's a real science behind it, which makes it work, right? So yeah, it's the proof is out there, and you know it when you do it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you, Christiana.
of course, I'm interested very much in the science of it. I've been working.
Oops.
I've
The
been
condition.
working with studying the biology of our body and how we produce ATP and stuff. I'm not sure if you're hearing me.
Yeah, your connection seems to be a bit off.
Are you still hearing me? Ah,
I think your
yeah, I'm in the
connection's
mountains, that's why.
yeah, your
Yeah.
connection's a bit off. But thank you so much. It's
Okay.
great to hear from
Thank
you.
Okay.
you,
And
Christiana. Thank
yeah,
you.
we have to get
Okay.
on because we're going to have a break. But
Yeah.
thank you so much.
So,
Yeah.
okay, guys, for a lot of questions, you
Well,
will have,
someone just wrote to me
you
a
will,
direct message
uh-huh.
that breathwork has helped me reduce inflammation due to fibromyalgia and hypothyroidism and improve my sleep by at least 90%. I mean, that's pretty awesome. So she wrote
Amazing.
it as a direct message. I'm not going to say who it is in case she wants it to be anonymous, but
Okay.
if you want to
Just,
copy and paste that into the chat for everybody to see, go for it. But we get so many stories like
and
this. Yeah.
yeah, you will have all the replays of these sessions today. Don't worry about that. You will have the replays. You need to get sure that you have the app. So please, Monica, if you can again share the app link, and also all the stories that Niraj is telling about the magic happens to instructors. You will have those stories in the YouTube channel on SOMA Breath. So if you can actually share the YouTube link as well. And now we need to take a break. Niraj, do you want to say anything before you go?
No, so I'm just gonna finish that you're in amazing hands here. Like, if you want to see inspiring stories, go to our website. We have a testimonial section. We have them on the YouTube channel. We have a mentorship group, and you'll see amazing stories there all the time. This one that Nick just wrote is really interesting because everyone wants inspiration, right? So this one he just
Yeah.
wrote. Healed myself after not being able to walk for 10 months using Wim Hof. Great. Concussed myself doing Wim Hof. So you obviously passed out, held your breath too long, and then healed that with Soma. Now that's interesting. And now I create my own breathwork fusion and have a thriving business. Fantastic. Whatever has happened to you can become the greatest thing to ever happen to you, and the gifts you can
Yes.
give to the world. So wanted to just pop that into chat. Yeah, thank you, brother.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can ask questions in the other events
In the
coming
WhatsApp
up.
group.
Yeah, and the WhatsApp group. But it's almost midnight here. I have to get to
Okay.
bed.
Yes.
And
Yes.
yeah, it's been
Thank you
amazing.
for your time. Amazing to see you again. We're going to take a 5 minutes break, guys. You don't need to go. You don't need to go out. Just you can close your cameras. I will be back in 5 minutes. To help you to understand the marketing and the business behind this beautiful technique. So thank you, Niraj, again.
Much
Much love
love.
to Natasha, the beautiful baby, and all the team in Thailand. And I see you all guys in 5 minutes. Don't go because it's important to have this business mind as well. Okay. So see you in 5 minutes.
Much love.
I will put some music. Thank you,
Peace.
Niraj.
Bye.
Okay, let's put some music. Let me just go to my music here, and I will let you just have a relaxed music to just relax a little bit. Okay. Okay, this is one of my favorites. I love this one. Okay. It's a very relaxing music. I just going to grab a little of water, and I will back, guys. 5 minutes. Okie dokie. So let's just take a few seconds to ground. After this call with Niraj, let's just close our eyes for a few seconds. Let's calm down our heart rates, feel more grounded and centered. Put awareness into the music. Put your awareness into my voice. Put the awareness into your inhale and exhale. Very slow and natural. A few soft inhale through the nose and exhale through the mouth. To feel more calm and relaxed and open. Okay. And come back to the room. You can open your eyes. And welcome again, guys. Okay. How is this so far? How are you already feeling the call? Like, the excitement when you are listening to something that you're really willing to do. How are you really feeling this sensation in your body, in this moment? This is what happens to me when I found Soma. Let me just, okay. The excitement, that spark, that fire that you feel when you are listening to something that is completely for you, right? It's just something that you have to put attention for that. It's just something that I need to know about, this experience or this transformation or this opportunity. So welcome again, everyone. My name is Claudia. I live in Chile, in South America. I'm Master Transformational Coach and Mentor in SOMA Breath, and I'm 54 years old. I have 3 beautiful kids, and I love my life. So my story about how I changed my mind, the way that I talk to myself to have this business. I have to say that in this last year is something that I really embrace, because I had to work with so many limitations in my life, in the way that I think, that you don't. I mean, it was amazing. So I'm just going to try to give you this approach on how you can actually transform your life doing some breath work as an instructor or as a coach, right? So back in 2019, I have this hysterectomy with no information about what is going to happen to my life and my body through this surgery. And we still have a lot of misinformation about what happens to women in perimenopause, menopause, and postmenopause, right? But in that moment, I wasn't really thinking about that. I've been a healer for almost 15 years. I work with energy healing, flower medicine, cacao ceremonies. But when I had this surgery, I never ever in my life felt so bad before. Like, I had no connection with my body. My body was changing so fast. I was really feeling even depressed, something that is not really me. I'm not that person. I'm very Pita, fiery, happy person. So I was really scared about this. Okay. Doris, we will explain about the difference between instructors and coach in David's session. Okay, so don't worry about that. So looking for something, and actually, Niraj, had a bad story about that, because actually I was looking for Wim Hof. I saw Wim Hof in Instagram, and I think that is an amazing person. Like, oh my God, his energy is something that I really need. So I was looking for Wim Hof, and one of my best friends, a yoga teacher, she knows about my struggles, and she sent me into my WhatsApp breath work. And she said, like, listen, Claudia, do this breath work. I think it's going to help you. Okay, so I went to, to my house, and I was listening to this beautiful breath work with music. In my mind, imagining Wim Hof behind that voice, but actually it was Niraj. Was Niraj's voice. That was my first time with SOMA Breath, and it completely changed my life for that day. I was feeling, I mean, super fast, very well with the breath work. So it was an amazing experience. And for that, I just dive into this SOMA Breath movement. Who are these guys? Where are they? We are in the middle of the pandemic, 2019. Imagine that. So everyone were in Thailand. I was in Chile, and I didn't know anything about technology, nothing. I didn't even know what Zoom was, and I was super resistant to the online world. But that will help me as well to open my business. So I just dive into it. I trust in my guts. I trust in myself, and I just did the whole program and become an instructor. So I will say that one of the very important things that you need to feel to really transform your life and your business is that capacity. Almost, it's a drive. So it's a so hard drive that you don't have any doubts about it. It's just like, this is going to happen because I want to happen. And it's a very strong drive, a passion that it makes you, take these actions. I will not say quit your job. Okay, let's be smart. Okay, I will never going to say that. But it's something that you can actually start doing in parallels, right? Like maybe something that I want to feel about it, but in one point, you need to take that decision. So I was working in marketing for 23 years in the wine industry, a beautiful job that I actually love a lot. And I was doing therapy after my former job for many years, because my limitation was that I'm never going to be able to earn money doing therapy. That was my thinking. Okay. I'm never going to be able to, earn money. So I need to do these both jobs. But then in 2019, for me, actually was enough. I started doing the breathwork program with Niraj. And something that I always say is that for me, it was not only studying to become an instructor. Actually, the first month, it was my own therapy, because I learned so much about myself doing breath work. I was so much aware and awake about what my goals were, that also helped me to take these decisions, that, you know what, I don't want to do this marketing job anymore. I just want to focus on this healing business that I believe so strong is my passion and my purpose in my middle life, right? So I say that to women here. Yes, I'm going to talk about marketing in a few seconds, Doris. I talk to women here that if you're in your middle age, perimenopause, postmenopause, and menopause, don't hear your intuition. A lot of women change their careers in this stage of our life because we are much secure and we have much wisdom. So I really encourage you to take that action as soon as you can. Okay. So let's think about SOMA Breath, right? Like a body. Okay. Let's think about the body. Yes. Donna, that is super important what you said. Embrace what you learned before in your other jobs, because if it wasn't in that marketing business, probably it would be much difficult for me to have this new business. Yes, that's true. So let's think about SOMA Breath as a body: mind, body, soul, right? That's the way that I visualize Soma. So you can work with SOMA Breath and the mind. So psychologist, therapist, healthcare, anything that it has, to do with the mind, right? Coach, transformational coach, life coach, because yes, neurology, right? It will help people. So something that you can actually do if you are in that, for example, if you are therapy, you can actually reach psychologists and maybe, offer, a joint venture that you can do together. So we can work together with psychiatrists, psychology, and breath work, right? It's something that I do as well with menopause women. I am in touch with gynecologists specialized in menopause, and they just send me clients because breathwork will help them to be much healthier, right? So that is the mind that we can work with, right? The body, huge workout, fitness coach, yoga, dancers, uh, anything that it brings to the body. We have instructors in Soma that works with champions, and you can help people to go to the Olympics and be champions, right? Because you will be helping them to be having more stamina, be more strong, more force. Because when you really have that knowledge about how we control the intermittent hypoxia, right? That magic state where we are much more efficient with the oxygen, you can really help people to be more strong, right? Then again, body, nervous system, trauma, maybe you're a trauma coach, right? People who are, dancers, and you want to bring a new service into that practice. Maybe I work with pregnant women as well. I help pregnant women to have babies with no medication, right? With the pain control, right? Asthma, problems to breathe, huge as well. And then you have the soul. So the soul is more the approach of the psychedelic states, where you can use more the neurosomatic programs to help people to get into the psychedelic states, to change their thinking, reprogramming, right? Start thinking differently, start to realize that I'm not my mind, I'm much more than a mind, right? So again, it's a completely different approach. And then you can work with all of them. So let me tell you how I work with this. With the mind, the mindset of women, I work with that so deep, with different sessions, different classes to help women to be very healthy in the brain. Because something that you don't know, women, please hear me out, is that menopause is not in your sexual organs. What happens is in your brain, and you need to take care of your brain and the energy in your brain. What's really helped you to be more active in your brain, be more efficient with the oxygen, because oxygen is what is going to transform in ATP, right? So you can bring classes, workshops, in person, online, courses, programs about activating your brain, activating your thinking, the way that you are, your concentration. Now let's talk about the mind with corporations. Let's see that you work in corporations. What do you think is going to be more efficient in your team? People stressed or people who are relaxed and focused? Tell me in the chat. What is going to be more efficient? People stressed or people who are focused? It's more efficient, people stressed? Focus. Exactly. Relaxed people will be much more efficient, happy in your work. And what you can teach them? Breath work. I had a meeting a few weeks ago with the biggest airline company in Chile, because I'm going to teach breath work to flight attendants. What flight attendants can do to help people to be relaxed in the plane? Breathing. Okay, corporations. So let's say again the mind. If you're an entrepreneur, what do you need to be a good entrepreneur? You need to be focused, clear, active, right? So you need to train your mind. You need to think clear, right? If you are a leader in a corporation, you have a high position. Do you want to be a better leader? Do you want to be a better manager? Do you want to grow the business? Right? Again, breath work is one of the pillars, it's one of the key to have that. So then you can actually do that as well, right? So it's not only that I'm going to build a business with this, it's also something that can help in your business that you already have, all right? In your team or in your, if you're an entrepreneur, right? The body, women, men, everyone needs to connect with the body, right? We have all the emotions in the body. So you can then also do classes, workshops, in person, online about connection with emotions, trauma release, being more healthy with the weight, right? And be more aware of how the relationship is with your body. If you are an entrepreneur and you have a gym, or you do martial arts, or you do yoga, integrate breath work. Actually, we have a lot of yoga teachers in SOMA Breath. And the beauty about breath work is that you can integrate that in your classes, but at the same time, again, you can do different services because SOMA Breath is not only awakening journeys, breathwork sessions, it's also about breath control. So let's say that you are a yoga teacher and you just integrate breath work maybe at the end of your classes, but then maybe you can do a class about how you can control your breath for your anxiety, how you can control your breath to lose weight, how you can control your breath to sleep better, how you can control your breath to detox your body, how you can control your breath to have a better digestion. So then you have already 5 classes that you can offer in your yoga studio. So it's not only about breath work, it's also about breath control, right? If you are in the health area, then you have so much opportunities, I will say. We have nurses and doctors in SOMA Breath as well. And we love when we actually find that someone else joined because you already have the science, right? It's just a matter of teaching to your partner. So imagine, I don't know, a team of nurses, relax, full of compassion, focus and centered to the patients, right? So in the healthcare, actually, you can do so much as well. And I was in a wellness fair 1 week ago, and it was really impressive the amount of doctors who were going to my stand and asking for breath work. It's stunning. The same thing that Niraj said before. This is just getting bigger and bigger, and also because we have more science behind, right? Let me just go through the comments just in case you have any. Okay, so it makes absolute sense that the rest of the journey should be lived, live consciously with breath. Okay, musicians, we have a musician here as well, right? Imagine building your journeys with breathwork and music. It's amazing. We have that as well, right? Then for the root god who wants to maybe think about a different service, okay, I can actually do sound healing, but then I can offer a different service where I'm going to help you to breathe consciously while I, do some music. How amazing is that, right? So Donna says, I have nurse clients that tell me the stress is so brutal and what the women tend to do when they are stressed. Yes, in Chile last year, we have around 5 suicide people going through the medical school. Crazy. This isn't amazing. I always reach to or say to the people who are in the healthcare, just please share the magic of breathwork. Help your partners to be more calm because it's crazy. How are you going to be able to heal someone if you're already sick, right? Then the soul. So the soul, this is when you can actually build programs when you want to get more deep into, limiting beliefs, childhood trauma, I do a lot of beautiful sessions with women and men who just want to connect with themselves. This is more maybe holistic. So again, if you're a holistic therapy like me, right? Even though that you will have all the science behind of what are you doing with your clients, you can actually, say and bring your sessions in a more holistic way, where you will talk about chakras, the snake and the kundalini. You can talk about the higher self, right? Because you are in that field, and that will be amazing, right? But at the same time, other people that wants more the science behind, actually, we have a lot of usually men in SOMA Breath that are like that, right? I want to explain you the science, and they use the HRV bands, and they're, looking at the heartbeats, and they put the oximeter in the finger to see if they are not in boxy states. That's amazing, right? It's amazing science, but as well, you can bring this in a very holistic way. So again, this will depend on how much creativity you have. That's it. Okay. And be very structured, of course. Be very organized in what you want to do. And the first thing you need to do when you are willing to build a business, I actually said this in the chat, is what do you want to do? Like, what is the service you want to bring? What is your speech? What do you want to communicate to your audience? What is your audience looks like? So when I begin opening my social media, for example, I have no clue. So I was talking to everyone. I wanted to work with kids, women, men. That is not going to really work too much. But then is when I found out, the menopause field and the menopause niche. And that is why my main focus is women over 50. But I don't talk all the time about menopause, okay? I talk about the women wellness. So the women wellness, right? And I talk to high performance women, high women, entrepreneur women's, a manager women high that are so in so much stress because they don't really get what is going on in the body, right? So I know that is my niche. That is the kind that I want to work with, right? And then focus my strategy of the whole year to do that. So what are you going to do? What is your audience, right? What is your speech? What is your communication it's going to be about? What are you going to be? What is the pain that you're going to be covered? What is the pain you're going to be covered? If you don't have this answer, it's very difficult for you to understand how you need to start growing your business. Okay? What is the pain? And you need to talk about that. The value of my service is that I will teach you something that it will transform your life completely. That is what I say in my social media, right? So that is very important for you to figure it out first. If you don't have a clue, what is your pain? What are you suffering today? Or maybe the last years, right? So maybe tell me something in the chat. What is maybe one pain that you can actually talk about because it happens to you, and you understand what that happens? Jackie says, the hardest part is marketing yourself and selling to your audience. If you aren't a business person, all of this training will not be a return on investment. Well, I'm not sure about this. Again, because everyone can train. Everyone can train. Everyone can be better if you're really willing to take action and do the work. And we have a whole program in SOMA Breath that is the big business accelerator, where we help instructors to start building their businesses. We have marketing calls with them. We have mastermind calls where we brainstorm about ideas in order to be, better and be bigger and be successful. So, and also something that I have to say, even though that I'm coming from the marketing area, I do have a coach, a personal coach, a personal business coach that I work with her every year. okay? Because I need to learn for better people, okay? So I think that everyone can train. Okay, Melissa, cancer, insomnia, obesity. Okay, so here you are. This is what you need to start talking about. How is your experience with cancer and how breathwork helps? What is your journey with insomnia and how breathwork helps? What is your journey with obesity and how breathwork helps? The same with tension in the muscles. I mean, everything. If you really experience these pains and breathwork help you, it's just a matter that you start talking about this in your social media, in your audience, in your emails, in Facebook, in any platform that you may be able to use. Okay, domestic abuse, Lucy, huge niche. Arthritis and inflammation, yes, been there. Breathwork was amazing for my joint pains as well. Hormonal, Nikita, again, I was able to not take any hormone replacements. Amazing. Lack of a strategy and deliverance. Yep. That is something that maybe we need to ground it more. Tanya, anger, huge as well. Women should feel anger. Women cannot express anger. Beautiful niche as well. You see? Again, it's just matter of everyone hears a story. Everyone hears a story. Don't compare to other people because you are unique, right? So everyone here has a story. So try to find that. Feel if that's something that you want to communicate and express. Think about one service that you may be able to offer to that client, and then just do it like Nike. Just do it, okay? And then, of course, when this start, grow, it takes a lot of work, guys. Okay, I'm not going to lie. It takes a lot of work every single day. But if this is your passion, that is like for me, it doesn't really feel like a work. I have so much fun doing everything that I do to be bigger in my business. I really love it. And that is something that is important too. But of course, there are things that I hate to do, like the cash flow, right? If you don't have a cash flow, how do you know your business is healthy? It's such a boring thing to do. I need to do it. I need to understand how much money I have in my bank account. For that reason, I have a coach, right? Because I don't have that in me. So I never think that I'm a superhuman. And when I am lack of some information, like for example, now I am very lack of information about Meta and YouTube ads and everything. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to find a coach in my country. I need to find a coach to teach me how I do that. Or maybe I need to have an outsourcing and maybe I should hire someone. Do I have the cash flow for that? I don't know, right? But from these 4 years that I've been in SOMA Breath, that I built a zero Instagram to almost 17,000 followers, it's because I've been hard worker, super focused, organized, never stop women, okay? And one of the things that it was very important for me, it was working in all that limitation that I'm reading. Oh, if you don't know marketing, it's impossible. Oh, if you don't have money, that's not going to happen. No, if you don't have, that's everything is a limitation there. Work with the limitations and you will feel the magic because I had that too. Okay, I had that too. I didn't know how to pricing. I didn't know how to, feel comfortable talking about business. And listen, this is what the magic happens with SOMA Breath. And last year, I was invited to the biggest finance fest, the biggest finance summit in Chile, the biggest, like 1,000 people. And when they invite me, I was like, what am I going to do there? Why are they inviting me? What am I going to do with 1,000 people who are there to talk about finance? My limitations were like, la, 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 my mind, my monkey mind was like, and then it's like, no way, I'm going to teach them how bigger they can be if they integrate breathwork in their businesses. And it was amazing. I did a 15 minutes. I was like, I'm not going to be able to do anything in that time. Again, limitation, just pushing me back, pushing me back, pushing me back. I said, no, I'm just going to do a 15 breathwork session. Everyone will love it. And I will just make them feel the power of being clear and energized with breathwork to feel unstoppable in your business. So again, you need to work in different areas to build a business. Your niche. What social media you're going to be working with to grow. The first service that you want to, offer. And you need to work in yourself. There's a quote that I love that if you want to be, if you want to have money, if you want to have, a successful business, you need to work in yourself first. If not, it's not going to happen, right? So the beauty about this, again, training in SOMA Breath that actually helped me a lot in my beginnings is that we have this big facilitator module where we talk about marketing, business. You will have ideas to, even you have emails to reach yoga studios. You have pitch ready for you to just present in corporations, the schools. Why not? Why not helping kids? Why not helping teachers? Teachers are overwhelmed, right? So again, it's just a matter of your creativity and it matters on your action. No one is responsible for your growth. No one is responsible to, take action. No one's going to take your hand and, let's go together to this meeting. Okay. Oh, let me be with you to send the emails that you need to send. No. You need to be the one. You are the most important person in your life. And your business will be successful if you take that in your mind. Okay. Lucia, so many can relate to your story. Hopefully, I hope, because believe me, I started this from scratch. I was a therapy after my work, but I didn't have a huge community, right? So the first month was about free sessions, free sessions, free sessions, free sessions, free sessions. The only thing that I have in my mind and that I was working in myself, that I believe in me. 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 Every time I believe in me. I believe in this project, right? And the same thing that I talk to Root God too. When something doesn't work, it's not your fault. It's not because you're not enough. It's because you have a bad approach. That's it. Change it. If no one is buying your service, change the service. Don't cry in the corner like, oh my God, no one loves me. That is not the truth, right? It's just because you haven't approached the correct service for your clients. So ask your clients, right? You can start with your friends, with your family. They will talk to their friends, to their family, and then you just start building the community. Again, you need to feel passionate about it. This program is about commitment because it's a lot of work, study, science behind, practice, right? It's not something that it's just like take a few weeks. It took me a year and a half to become a transformational coach, okay? And it took me 4 years, even 5, to now feeling that I have a very, very healthy business, okay? 5 years that it took me. Yeah, and Niraj said 1 year, yes, 1 year to be like settled, right? But 5 years to really like feel now, oh my God, this is amazing. And yes, I'm traveling and I'm going to Nice in May to an amazing retreat with one of my SOMA Breath friends just to talk about menopause, right? So I'm going to be in Europe in May. I'm so happy. I really needed to hear that. I'm a good teacher with no focus on business growth. Yes, that's it. And you can train that growth, okay? Again, don't think about, oh, because I don't have that knowledge, I will never going to be able. No. Invest in someone good for you. Invest in a business coach. Change your mentality. The business is amazing. When you see the numbers, it's great. There are struggles. Yes. The first time that I made was by myself in the Zoom room. No one was there. Okay. And I can tell actually, this is the first year that I did a 3 days free event on Zoom that I have 100 women sign in, that means that I have 20 actually only in my Zoom room. So imagine that when I was launching my free event, I was thinking in 100 women to have 20. Okay, that is how you need to think. But in my beginning, I was like 20 sign in, no one show up. 25 sign in, 2 show up. 30 sign in, 10 show up. And it's, what you need to just stay there and do it and do it. And don't hesitate in your power, right? But you have to be consistent. Okay, I'm a baby boomer. Oh my God, another niche. Birth doula. If you're a birth doula, teach your patient to breathe in the childbirth. Are you a death doula? Maybe you can help people to die, or you can help, the family who are experiencing that moment in their life. That is something that I want to become as well, a death doula. I want to do that. So I'm looking to how I'm going to get into that area and help people. Imagine how amazing it can be. I'm actually talking this with a doctor, with a gynecologist, that she is specialized in breast cancer, right? So you know that there are some women, some patients that they know that they're going to die, that there's no way that they're going to, live more than 1 year. Why I cannot help her to be more awareness into that transition, right? So I'm trying to get in there, like, let's breathe, in compassion about what is really happening to you, right? Super amazing niche as well, because we're going to have much more older people in the future than young people. Okay? And we're going to be billions of menopause women. So it's a space for everyone. Okay. Okay, so too much talking. Let me just who wants to maybe come to the room with me and let's have a talk. Let's make this more interactive. Anyone can just click the hand icon. Okay, let's hear Dina. Yeah, okay, Dina, say hello to everyone. I love you, Dina. I love you. Thank you for being with us today. Love you, beautiful. We love you. Dina is always with us every Sunday. We love you, Dina. Thank you for being today with us. Okay, Donna, let's have a talk.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Great to meet you. This is really great. I've been following this work for about, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 years, or maybe it's COVID. COVID happened. I'm actually a couples communication coach. And why I'm interested
Couple communication.
So I'm really interested in this is because the people that come to me, they don't want to go to the past. They don't want to do therapy. They've tried it. It didn't work for them. So I have a very kind of like a special niche. I'm noticing. I've been doing this for 20 years. And what I'm really noticing is people need to know how to self-regulate. Because if they don't, they go after each other and they love one another. And yet this really gets in their way. But here's the thing. Now I have a question because I'm looking at like 3 or 4 different models. And one of the things that stops me in this model is the breath retention. I kind of have some respiratory stuff going on. And honestly, they say go to a minute. I can't even get to a minute. And for me, it causes a lot of stress. And so I'm wondering, like, is that really, like, I'm causing stress? So
yeah, I got it.
Like that's the breath retention. I'm feeling pressured that I have to do what everybody else does. And I'm having the experience like I can't do it. And It's frustrating.
I love your question. So you will be learning the technique in SOMA, how we teach it. It will be with the intermittent hypoxia state, of course, to let you know the benefits of that technique and maybe the kind of niches that everyone is trying to understand and learn in the program in SOMA. But again, this is what SOMA Breath is just giving you an information. You can do only rhythmical breathing. You don't need to get into the out breath, in breath retention ever if your client, your niche is trying to regulate the nervous system. I completely get that. You can just, do 30 minutes breathwork rhythmical breathing with longer exhalation where you are just calming down the parasympathetic nervous system and to give that people in that moment peace of mind, relaxation, and love, right? Beautiful. You don't need to do that. But anyway, in the program, we need you to understand the science behind that technique, but you are not mandatory. Like if you finish your transformational coach or your advanced training, it's not mandatory. I don't do breath holds all the time in my session. So for example, again, like you, if I have a very stressed woman, like I had a woman 1 year ago, actually. She came to my consultation with pills that for sleep, to wake up, to lose weight. She was a woman with pills everywhere. She couldn't even breathe through the diaphragm. I am not going to do any breath work with her. We were training for 3 months, only the diaphragmatic breathing, and that's it. And then in time, knowing her energy, knowing what she was needed from me, we were integrating different things. But for a year, her nervous system was all over the place that we just worked with really relaxed breathing, rhythmical breathing and experiences. So sure, you can do that.
Great. So it
Sure,
doesn't have
you
to
can
look
do
like
that.
one
And
way. It can be a bit modified.
no. Yeah. I mean, the most important thing again, SOMA Breath, what is looking at, in the final line, SOMA Breath is teaching everyone to breathe less, slower, breathe less, live longer. Okay. So that's the base of pranayama, right? Let's breathe less. We put the music, we put the rhythmical breathing, we put the dancing because it's super fun. And we put the intermittent hypoxia because it's in a magical way to help people to be more healthier. But again, you can do dancing, not do dancing, do whatever you want. Okay. And then do your own kind of consultation.
Yeah. Great. Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for doing this. Thanks.
Oh, you're welcome, Donna. It was very nice. I love your work. I think it's super important.
Oh yeah, it's super important. I mean, if the couple, like, I don't know, if some of the science has shown that the quality of the couple's connection is actually a resource. They will wound them, couples, control group, just wound couples, measure the time that it takes to heal. Then they bring in couples and they re-presence a sore spot, like a fight, like that they're enemies. And then they wound them and they measure the time that it takes to heal, considerably longer. Then they bring in masters. Oh, you're so great. I still love you after 45 years. You're awesome. How they treat one another. The quality of their connection is very high, clean connection. Wound them and like they heal like right away. This is like a resource. And what I say is like, it's the couple, they say kids are our future. I say, well, no, I get the reasoning there, but no, it's the couple. That's our future because their children are going to watch and learn how to co-regulate by watching their parents. Anyways, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Donna. I'm amazing to meet you. Okay. So then we have Tanya. Hello, Tanya.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. So I don't have questions. I just want to share my part of the journey. I had asthma when I was a teenager and it was triggered back with COVID. and I'm a psychotherapist for 15 years, specialized with cancer care and pregnant women. I run a holistic place in Dublin. So I just want to help myself and keep caring and giving for people who have dormant or terminal cancer, and just guide them with breathing and help myself as well, because I'm doing the training in LEP, breathwork, in 2 weeks. But I found with Soma Breath, I did a couple of sessions with you guys. It just brings the visions of my ancestors and my father, which, speaking in Reiki, asked my scholars from father's side, which is as well some part of my journey. But Soma Breath made a lot of healing already. So I just want to incorporate that in my work so I can channel it together with all the energy that we have and all the tools that we have. So I'm really looking forward to this, and thank you very much for organizing this for everyone.
Oh wow, that's my dream. That my dream work. One day I will love to go, work with, actually with experience of death. So you have so many niches there. Like I will really, yeah, give some space to yourself and write down like everything that you will be able to help that with breath work, right? And this is an exercise that everyone can do. Write down all the benefits breathwork brings, and then just put that into your own consultation, your own services. So then you will have different approaches to whatever you're doing is amazing. And then you will see, oh my God, I'm not really seeing this niche. Like maybe I should be like having more services in this field. So that is the way I never thought that I'm going to be working with pregnant women, for example. It happens that one of my clients that is in the finance world, that is another thing that I'm thinking, like I should be working with finance women. And she approached me because she was pregnant and she was like, Claudia, can you help me to, going through my pregnancy in a very healthy way and conscious, and I don't want to have any medication. I said, yeah, sure, let's do this. We were together for 8 months, and I built a whole breathwork session for her to do when she was, pushing the baby. It was an amazing experience. So again, that's another thing that I should be thinking about. Maybe it will not be my main business, but why not, right? I can do both. So I think that maybe if you write down all the things that you told me that you're working with, and just write down the benefits with breath work, boom, you will know how many things that you can now start thinking about.
Yeah, that's why I
Amazing,
wrote.
Tanya.
Yeah,
Yes.
I
Bringing
wrote that
it, bringing in.
I have a lack of strategy in deliverances, but then you said that there's some grounding needed, which I'm Vata person, Vata Pitta,
Yes.
but Vata dominant. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to Soma Breath training.
Amazing. And Donna, another thing, Donna, the pregnant women, they cannot do breath holds. So I don't
Yeah,
do breath holds with pregnant women. So again, you see how you can mix. It's completely it's
yeah.
amazing. Thank you, Tanya. It was very nice to meet you.
You too.
Okay. Jack. Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Jack.
Hey, I'm Jack. I'm
How
from
are you?
Texas. Hey, I'm good. How are y'all?
I'm fine.
I
Oh,
thought I could,
sorry.
I thought I might could add on to answer Donna's question a little bit about the retention. Um,
Sure.
the stress you're feeling is is what you're trying to induce, but you're inducing the stressful state on your own terms. And so you're trying to replicate that stress. And I think on the retention, what I found whenever I was able to actually go past the minute is sometimes it's just hearing the right word during the right breath work session. But it's really about all the breaths leading up into it. And I've seen people do it successfully and not. And when you really feel your diaphragm in and out, and it's a really intensive work for maybe the first minute, then the breath retention works. It's people that maybe hesitate on their in and out, and it really helps to have someone motivating you that if you start to waver or fall, I did a holotropic breath work with a woman in Chicago the first time. And every time I would begin to lose track, she would motivate me to keep pushing a little bit more. Now, it's not for everybody, like pregnant people, obviously. And if it starts to make you feel too uncomfortable, you want to stop, but you want to find that limitation. And once you get to it, I like to do everything laying on my back because I've smoked cigarettes for 18 years. And I don't like to sit up and do any of my breath work. And so I lay down on my back and I try to, on the breath retention, someone told me sink. And whenever I learned to sink my body and fully relax, most people hold their breath, they want to tense up, but you learn how to let the earth hold you. And some man told me that, it doesn't matter how awful the world is and you see all these terrible things around you, and you hate this or you want to disagree with that in the world will never let you fall through it. No matter how much you disagree with it, it'll always hold you up every single night. And you've got to just let the world do its job and hold your body for those breath retentions and let go.
Yeah. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Nice to meet you. What I think Donna was talking more about is just like if she can actually skip that part if she wanted to, like have a different experience with her clients. And I got you, Jack. I don't really. I've been doing holotropic. It's something that I don't really like in myself. For example, like I think every single person is different. I don't really like that kind of approach. It doesn't really feel good in my body, but it's also some people that can really love it. But that is why it's important to really be aware on your client's needs. And some people will need more time. Maybe some people were never going to be there. And so we just need to support and be compassionate about everyone's, journey, actually. So thank you for that, Jack. So let's have, I don't know what your name is, iPhone, but it says iPhone. Are you there to speak? You have your hands up. Hi. I recognize you from the app. I recognize you. I think you've been with me in one breath work or not. I don't know.
Now, are you talking to me, Claudia?
Yes, right?
Fantastic.
But it says iPhone. I don't remember your name.
Kenny.
Kenny. Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. You caught me. I've been watching this on the move. I didn't want to not take part in it, and so I've been driving around the town and doing stuff and what have you. But I just wanted to say that you've been really inspiring, Claudia, about all the different areas where you can bring breath work. And I know that your thing is with women, but men have a lot of problems too. And
I
I put
know.
in the chat that every half an hour, somebody under 40 takes their life. A man under 40 takes their own life. And there's lots of different reasons for that. And I found that through my divorce, the legal system pushed me into a position where I was in a bedsit on my own. And there's hundreds of thousands of men like that without access to their children who feel really let down by the system and emasculated and angry, and we're not allowed to feel anger. Anger is something that's really negative, and actually, anger tells you that something is wrong. And it's just using it in the right measure for the right reason as an energy to help you through. But that's a side issue, is that breath work would really help a lot of people to move forward. So I think I'm going to focus my energies towards that, helping men overcome their loneliness and turning that to solitude and using all the different approaches that are on the app to move them forward really positively. And listening to your marketing ideas with, you know, all the barriers that you come up against, and just seeing them just as barriers. Okay, how do you get around it? What can I do to do something different? Does that make sense? Am I ranting?
Yes. And remember that marketing, guys, is emotional. Okay, it's emotional. You need to put emotions in the market you put in your service, especially in social media, and especially in Instagram, for example. That is a social media. You need to be authentic. You need to show by how you are. Please just do this same speech in your social media, Kenny, and say to everyone, listen, I'm feeling that there's no enough space for men to heal. There's no space, there's no service for men. So I am here in this city, for example, and I am hosting a 1 hour men's circle next Saturday. Boom, ready to
Yeah.
start. See?
Okay, gotcha. And I mean, I'm not knocking women. Have had a really hard time and continue to have a hard time. I'm not saying anything anti-women at all. I want to make that clear.
Of course. I
But
didn't get
you
in that
know,
way.
yeah.
I didn't get in that way. And what
Yeah,
you said
good.
is true. Men need also space. Men need to heal, and especially in this moment where
Yeah,
at least I feel that the feminine and the woman, at least in some part of the world, are more free and more powerful. I feel men really lost in some way. How should I support? How is supposed to be a man? And everyone have masculinity and feminine, right? Everyone, we have both
yeah,
energies, so we need to be together in these transformational moments, because women need to support men in their transformation, and men need to support women in our transformation, right? We don't need to feel,
yeah.
men shouldn't be scared of the feminine power, and women shouldn't be scared of the vulnerability in men. Hear me
No,
out.
that's true.
Okay,
And
and that
also,
is beautiful.
we both know that after 50, life is really starting to take off uh, in an
Ah,
inner way.
it's the
You know, it's
it's
like a
the
fucking
best.
jet plane because you use it instead of allowing your body to fall apart. You can use all this wisdom that you've accumulated to really take your life to the next level. The kids are gone, the mortgage is either paid or you're kind of, you know,
Yes,
but you know, you're like a single guy again, but you've got all this kind of knowledge and wisdom, and you can't teach wisdom. There's no fucking university on wisdom. There's no college books on wisdom. There's no course on it. You know, you get that through pain, through life, through living. And that's what you can
exactly.
convey and carry across to men and women. That's what SOMA people can do as coaches. That, you know, it's not the goal that's really important. It's the kind of journey and all that kind of stuff that you can pass on to people so that they don't get stuck into these ideas that the thoughts are having a really crazy or that they're on their own and, you know, that we've come, you know, I'm talking to you. Where are you at the moment, Claudia? Are you in
I am
Chile?
in Chile. Yes, I'm at my
That's
home.
phenomenal. I'm in Bristol, you know, and you're in
Imagine
Chile. And
the
it, you
magic of
know,
online.
yeah. When I was a kid, we had no computers, and my first job was delivering milk with a horse and cart. I mean, it's just
I love
crazy
that.
how
It's
fast the
amazing.
world has moved in the
Yes.
short time that I've been alive. And I want to, the thing that I'm doing is not really now. To have loads of money and social presence and all that kind of guff. I mean, I'm not really interested in that. So I'd like to leave a legacy, knowing that I've
Mm.
helped people in later years, because in later years, a sick person has met only one thing to want, you know, whereas a healthy person has loads of dreams and ideas. So that's what Soma can do, is get you back to
Yes.
those many dreams and plans that you'll be able to implement because you're healthier.
Yes. Amazing, Kelly. Thank you for that speech.
Pleasure.
Love it. Now you have your niche.
Yeah. Great.
Can you have his niche already? You see what I'm talking about? It's about finding your own story, right? It's finding your own story. It's such a beautiful speech. I love it. And I was watching something here. Yeah, the masculine and the feminine is huge. It's a huge niche as well. So I will have two more because then is David coming. Let's say Simone. Is that Simone that I know?
Yes.
Is that Simonetta who became a level 1 instructor already?
Lady on the
Yes.
run. I just got certified level 1 last weekend, and I am driving right now for a men's retreat. I'm going to be doing my very first SOMA Breath class with a group of executives.
Oh, your internet is cutting down. I can't hear you. You froze. Well, but Simone it's just become a level 1 instructor a few weeks ago, and she is doing her first Summer Breath event. I'm so proud of you because Simone has been struggling a lot. So I'm really, really proud of you, Simone. I know your journey. You're froze, but I just want to tell you that I'm super proud and I can wait the amazing things you will be able to do now in the future.
Yes, I am in.
No, it's cutting down. It's cutting down, honey. Sorry, but I already sent you my love. Yeah. Okay. Okay, last one. Chrissy. Diane, I already gave you the microphone. You already talked. Let's have another people now. Okay. Hi, Chrissy.
Hi, I am on the East Coast in Connecticut, and this is my first experience really with the Soma breathing. I am a pastor and a worship leader, a singer, musician. I do emotional healing sessions with people where I help them really connect with their past traumas and deal with that kind of stuff. I do a lot of counseling. Pretty much, I'm kind of different than a lot of people in the group because I really base everything solely in the Word of God, and so that's kind of a different niche than a lot of people have here. However,
Yeah.
I definitely, I'm sorry, my dog's driving me crazy right now. Honey, go. But I just got diagnosed with a vocal cord dysfunction. My dog is legit freaking out because I'm talking to people. And so part of that is doing breathing exercises to help heal my voice so that I can heal from that. But in the last 4 years, I've gone through, I'm so sorry about my dog, tremendous amounts of trauma myself. My mother had a massive stroke, which caused a lot of problems, and then she died. My husband had open heart surgery. We just had a significant car accident. I transitioned from my past job. Let me help this dog. I'm so sorry. So it was quite a lot. And, I'm also in the peri and the menopause, all that stage. And so with all the hormonal things, I realized that I was very out of shape. And I really want to focus in my work on body, soul, spirit connection, where we're connecting people with the Holy Spirit. And I'm going to have to walk away from my dog. But connecting with the body. So I found products that help feed the body, but I know how important the breathing is because that pneuma, the breath that is in us, how important the oxygen is for oxygenating our blood and being able to be strong in our lives, because I realized that was another thing at my age. I'm 51, and I've identified I am very weak and out of shape. And so I sought this out. I was interested because I already do work, which I've kind of taken a pause from. But I need it for myself. I need to get back to to my body because I felt like I stopped learning how to breathe.
Yes.
Throughout all the trauma that I realized, I hold my breath
Yep.
a lot. Even going to try to work out, I realized I did not know how to breathe. And a lot of times when I've been in sessions with women or men, I really try to focus with women because it works better for me. And but to help them come to that place of calm and stillness so they can connect with the Holy Spirit for us, and to allow your body and healing to come in and flow. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah. Completely.
I'm very interested in how this, because meditation, Jesus meditated, and we meditate on the word, and fill ourselves in that kind of way. So it's a little bit different, but I definitely see, like, I want to see where this is compatible with what I do already and
Yes.
how I can
Yes.
take and grow.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is when we can bring a very anxious medicine and anxious way to approach the body. When you read the tantra, okay, tantra, when we really know that tantra it's not only sex, it's about pleasure and being present in the body. One of
Right.
the most important keys, two important keys in tantra, one is the breath, right? Because it's the only way that I can feel present in my body. It's
Right.
fast. I breathe for a few minutes and I'm just connecting with my body. Second, the sound of your breath is also going to give you this connection with who you are, what I want, what I'm struggling with, right? I'm just hearing my own. And what you say about the voice, I work with the voice as well. And we have singers in SOMA Breath as well that are voice coach, because your voice is unique. There's nothing, no one else has your voice. Your voice is unique, right? So it's so important to connect with
Right.
that too. So it's a beautiful niche. So what happens, what you are really trying to approach is you can just do classes to teach people how they need to breathe in a healthy way first. Listen, this is just about teaching you diaphragmatic breathing. It's going to activate our nervous
Right.
system. We need this first, right? We are going to first learn how to breathe. First niche, first service. Second service, now that you already know how to breathe, I will teach you with music, visualization, NSP, how you can connect with your divine, right?
Right.
And feel that you are more than a body. Feel the connection with God,
Right.
with the source, with the light, whatever you want to say, right? That is the beauty about Soma Breath is we have so much science behind when we learn this that you will have both approaches. You need to breathe correctly because if not, you're going to die younger. You're going to inflame your body. You maybe have chronic diseases, chronic pain. So I will teach you how to breathe good. And then I will also give you this beautiful service, this awakening journeys to connect you with the divine and feel that beautiful source in your body. Liz, Chrissy, I want to go to that sessions with you. Amazing. I told you two niches. So just again, becoming an instructor is more than breath. Okay, becoming a Soma Breath instructor is a Soma. We are Soma Breath instructors. We work with the whole body, mind, body, soul. Okay. So please just think about it. I think it can be amazing. You already have the community. You already have your community. So you already have that 50% on the work, right? So it's just a matter of learning the science, learning the technique, and boom.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Chrissy. And take care of your hormones, please.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, where is David? David, my brother.
I am here.
I can see you. Okay, let me just tag you. Okay, guys, I'm not going to take any more questions. Remember to please, Monica, can you share the app again? Not the app, sorry, the WhatsApp, please, again. Go to the WhatsApp group, join that group, We will be answering more questions there. Remember that I am not guru of the marketing. I just gave you ideas that it works for me, right? And I will give you and support you in the course if you become an instructor, of course, as much as I can. But the beauty about the tribe, and I know that David I think it's going to be agree with me, the tribe that we have in Soma is such an amazing group of people that we are always supporting each other. If David has a good idea, I will take it. If I have a good idea, David will take it. It's just not competition. It's a whole movement. We want everyone being successful. But again, it's your responsibility to take action. If you already have a lot of limitations, please do the 21 Days Awakening Journey. Monica, can you please share the 21 Days Awakening Journey link? It's the best program for you to unlock your limitations. David is one of the instructors in that program, so you just can take the magic of him. And I want to take a story about David, if you allow me, baby. He's my brother. I love him so much. I've been with him in different parts of the world doing SOMA Breath. And one of the first time that I was doing a David session, and I know that you know this, he's so amazing with emotions, and he's so amazing with the subconscious mind and everything, and the changes you need to do to become, a high person. And he was doing this meditation, and then suddenly he says, like, "You're ready to change." Oh, you know what? I love that so much. I hear that meditation, I don't know, maybe 10 times. And I always go to that meditation when I really need to change a thinking, a thought, a limitation that I have. And it's just David telling me, "You're ready to change." And I just change that thinking, change that thought. It's a superpower that he has, guys. Believe me, it's a superpower that he has. He's the most amazing coach, a beautiful person, and I have been the pleasure to be with him in different parts. So, David, welcome to this session. Welcome to helping people to understand the magic that we do. And please just pay attention to Mr. Smooth. We call him the Mr. Smooth because he's just like so much love in him. So, okay, David.
Thank you, sister. I'm really excited to be here. And I was really excited to follow the talks, the comments. And today, tonight, or this afternoon for you, for me, it's to demonstrate, is Soma effective? Can we really work in different coaching programs, from sport to regeneration to trauma healing? Can we have breakthroughs? So before I start, I'm just going to introduce briefly. I've been working 20 years in corporate for a small company called Kraft Foods. And then I launched my own food company that was low carbs, high nutrients, being an entrepreneur. And the pandemic hit, and now I am a SOMA Breath master therapist. And as well, I've got some experience in sport. I've been doing sport all my life. I've been in ultra running, running up to 125 miles. It's not to impress you. It's when I'm presenting myself, I like it because it's like a bit redecorating the armor. First, I was in processed food. Then I was in organic food. And now I am in the life therapy coach. What I want to get here is really, what are we chasing? Are we just running the program to be recognized, to be pleased for some of us? Are we escaping the fear? So I'm really here to share my experience through the experiences, through my shadows, my emotions, my fuck-ups, so excuse my French, and my success as well. And we can talk what is success. So before we go into real cases, I'm going to do a little bit of theory. So I am trained in root emotions. So we've got events in this life. I believe in past life and ancestor. And if we couldn't handle we try to suppress, we resist these emotions. And then we create protections. And these protections is to avoid the danger or not to feel the emotion. And when we run our life, we can be defensive, reacting with resistance, justification. We avoid, we protect ourselves. We don't want to be criticized or vulnerable. Or some of us, or sometimes we attack. We project our anger or blame onto others as a way to regain control or to deflect pain because it's painful. Or some of us, we withdraw. The withdrawal, we don't want to feel the discomfort and we just go, no, I don't feel it. Been talking about procrastination. So procrastination is a big one to avoid failure. Or we take another course and we take SOMA and we take another thing and I will be ready. And then it could be boredom. We just disengage. We suppress our emotions. And what we need to be aware is that all this protection, each time we've got a trigger, and believe me, some of us, we've got daily trigger. It can be dormant for many, many months or years. And then again, we run into this program, what we call our meta programming. So we've got these imprints in our lives, and there are many theories. There is this theory from 1 to 7 that the first imprint, one of the imprint is the mother, the survival. The second one is more the father, the emotional. Then we go to school, there is the logical, or we think. And then there is the social, the taboo, the religion, the sex, or we interact. And all these are going to do a pre-existing state. So when you think about it, you've got a trigger. Someone tell you this thing, or maybe you hear this term, and you feel either anger, anxious, and you don't know where is it coming from. To me, it's coming from the past. We want to protect yourself, and we've got this running or meta program running again and again and again. And this is what in religion, in spirituality, in SOMA, we call the awakening. We need to awaken to this conditioning, to these imprints that we are running in the background. It's all the past. There is nothing new. If your mother tell you that, maybe 100 times you get upset or you get sad. Or if your father or my father told me that, I get mad. And I'm running this again, again, and again. These pre-existing states, we are going to talk about manifesting. Most of the time, as Niraj said, we are always manifesting. But there is a tendency in the personal development, we want to manifest the light, the abundance, the relationship, and so on. But we forget that we've got the things, the limiting beliefs, the story, the emotion that are holding us back. It's like if you take an air balloon and you want to go into the light, into the peace, and you can blast all the peace, all the light in the air balloon. However, if the basket is full of resentment, greed, jealousy, anxiety, you are not going to live that much. So that's why when we want to manifest and we are not aware of all the things that are limiting us, I am not enough. Big is too expensive. I cannot do that. Everybody is doing that. It's too much work. I am too old. Okay? So even if you don't say it loudly, there is this recurring thoughts coming, and it's going to sabotage you. So how can we change this? How can we change this meta-programming? The first thing is to be aware of it. If we are not aware, we are just going to run the program again, again, and again. So we want to manifest. So manifesting, what is manifesting? Manifesting is simply to get a result, either to create something new or to get rid of something. Let's take an example. We say in SOMA, when we master our energy or physiology, we control reality. The alignment of the inner world is the result of the outer world. Stay with me. The result of today or tonight or this afternoon, you are here on this call. This is the result. But before you took an action, you see in the newsletter, you see a posting, and you register. But before that, you say, make the decision, yes, no, and even before that, you make some thoughts. So now, if we want to change the result, we could stop there. We've all been there. Next time, I'm going to say no to my partner. Next time, when I am on stage, I'm going to be super zen, super centered. Next time, when I'm applying for the job, during the job interview, I'm going to be really smart. And guess what? Most of the time, it doesn't play this way because we've got what? The emotions and feelings. And what drives the emotion and feelings? The energy, the physiology, the breath. So if you think about it, better would be my emotion and feelings, better would be the quality of my thoughts, better would be the quality of my decision, actions, and results. Let me give you a real example. It's Monday morning. You had a fabulous weekend or not, and you have got the monkey mind, the scattered thoughts, and you have to bring the kids, you have a project, you have to do some errands, whatever. And you need to take a very, very important decision. Most probably, you are not going to take the wisest decision. You learn or you have learned that when we exhale more than we inhale, we are going to go in parasympathetic and we are going to quiet the thought. So this is one way to start to reprogram, to start to change your reality, because emotions are shaping reality. Just make a pause and just look at your day or the weeks and just look at your core emotions. Have you been sad, angry, mad, upset, some resentment? Or have you been joyful, peaceful, centered? So just think about what is driving your life. And when you experience this core emotion, what I call fear, sadness, and anger, what is the impact on you? And what is the impact on the others? So can we reprogram this? Can we do some breakthrough? We have been talking about NLP, about SOMA, about NeuroSomatic breathing. How does it work? How can we reprogram this? So we are run by this meta program, okay, which is coming from our events, from the condition, the technology, the gender, where we live in the world. And then we are running this program. So it's like the body is a big hardware and the mind is the software. And the good news is we can reprogram it. We can either delete a program that is not serving us, or we can upgrade it, or we can as well keep it, because there are some programs useful for us. So how can we access to this program? Subconscious mind. Just to give you an idea about the power of the subconscious mind before we go further. The subconscious mind, if I compare to the conscious mind, is processing 1 million more information than the conscious level. So consciously right now, we can talk about the figures, but we will all agree on the magnitude. We are processing 40 information per minute, per second, sorry. On the subconscious is 1 million more, 40 million. So just look at my screen, David Jonathan, and imagine there are 40 million pixels. You will agree that in 1 second, the subconscious mind will download the figures, and with your conscious, you see only 40 pixels. So if you want to change something with the mind, good luck, but I don't think this is the best option. So we need to go to access this subconscious mind. We need to go into these brain waves. I'm sure you've heard about the beta, the consciousness. So we need to lower this beta, increase the alpha, the theta, and even we can do in a super reprogramming with gamma, according to Jeff Tarrant and Cambridge. So now we need to tune in into this. But can we really reprogram this? Is there any scientific proof? Yes, there are many proofs. So one of them, there were two piano player, two chords, they were playing piano. And one, they were learning the tune physically, and the other were learning by memory, only by the power of their imagination. And at the end of the experience, both chords could play the piano. So there is this neurogenesis, this creation of new neural pathways that we can do. Or even more obvious, when you do movement, you can take a scan of the brain and you see part of the brain highlighting. And when you rehearse in your mind the movement, you can see the same movement of the same part of the brain highlighting. So yes, we can reprogram. And this is where we come with these different techniques, these holistic techniques. There is the body activation to wake up the physiology, to change the state, to harmonize a certain frequency. Then you've got the chanting, the Om. This chanting is very, very powerful. It's going, each corresponding vowel are going to wake up the endocrine system. Guess what? The hormones. And then with the visualization, with the music, isochrome tones, trip neural beats, we are going to sink into these brain waves. And of course, the breath work. So this is where come this NeuroSomatic programming, where we combine hypnotherapy, we can use regression, breath work, body, and chanting, because we will activate the full soma, the body, the mind, the spirit. This is the definition of soma. So far, so good. So now I'm going to go more into what we do and walk you through a couple of real cases. I've got the gratitude to work with different kind of clients, from entrepreneur, from corporates. I'm working with people with spinal injuries, and with people with sleep problem, many things. But the first thing I want to draw your attention is, what are the therapeutic axes? Because now you can be a PT, you can be a coach, you can be a psychotherapist, a Reiki master, a yoga. You can be a veteran, an admin, or you can be someone like me changing his career, at the age of 50 years old. One thing you need to remember, you've got experiences. Even if you don't have a degree in hypnotherapy, you've got life experience. And this is priceless because you have been down the ups and downs. So whatever, you are a mother, you are a father, you are divorced, you are grieving somebody, you are a drug addict, whatever, you went there, you went into the real life. So this is the first thing. When we want to transform the people, it's important that we relate to our experience, to have the compassion as well, and to know where we can go and what we can sometimes, feel and so on. We don't need to experience everything, but experience for me is key before any, things. And you can be experimented at 20, or you can be experimented as well as 60, 70, 80. So there are these different things where we can go into the therapy, into the body, the physiology, into the mind, the reprogramming, and as Gloria said, into the spirit, the soul, and so on. The first thing I want to put is, for me, is 100 responsibility. When we start to work on ourselves, or when I work with the clients, I really advocate 100% responsibility. What does it mean? It means we're responsible for how we feel. I call it from the victim to the creator. So we can start to map out our pre-existing state and stop blaming and feeling powerless. It's not my fault. It's my wife. It's a society. It's the government. This company is too salesy or whatever, We just, it's not my responsibility. I'm here. I'm not responsible. No, it's 100% responsibility, guys. Because when you take responsibility for your inner world, actions, you can start to get in alignment and to change your reality. But if you still think that somebody is going to save you, I don't think so. So this is something where, as a therapist, I make quite clear, I'm here to support you. I will give 1000%. I will use all the skills, all the energy. I believe in you. But only you can do the work. Then, when we know that, we need to start to see where are my protection, where am I defensive, attacking, blaming, where I'm procrastinating, because we cannot mend what we don't know. What are my emotions, my fear, my anger, my sadness? And when we work with the people, this is the entry point. It's all the people behave in the world all day, just tell us how difficult it is, the relationship, the abundance, and we start to investigate to find out what are the limiting beliefs, what they are holding us back. So we go into the impact on their life. And then we'll go back with different skills to what are the limiting beliefs? What is the stories? What is the identity? And then we can support them to reprogram themselves, change the state, being aligned, to take actions, and to really follow their true purpose. So this is the roadmap. I'm responsible. You are responsible. I will support you. We need to recognize, to be honest, where do I have my limitation, my shadows, my emotions? How does it play in my life? How does it impact the others? And then start to reprogram. If we start now with the physiology, the body, In SOMA, with the breath work, we can do already many, many things. We say when you breathe less, you live longer. Most of the people who are stressed, they are hyperventilating. What does it mean? They're breathing faster, they're getting rid of CO2, so they cannot absorb enough oxygen, and they've got what we call an oxidative stress. They are high pressure, or they've got inflammation, they've got panicky, anxious, depressed. So just by changing how we breathe, we can already reverse some parts of the physiology. So we've got techniques like we can measure with a simple techniques. I'm not going to go too much into the details right now, which is called the breath hold time, where we measure, we hold our breath and we see how many seconds the people can hold their breath. And if they are above 30, they are best in class, but most of the people are at 20 seconds. And then we've got now a lot of prescription to do, natural prescription with the breath. So the goal of this, when people are hyperventilating, is not because they're lacking of oxygen, is because they're lacking of CO2. And the CO2 is relaxing, Mr. Smooth, absorbing and calming. And when there is a lack of CO2, there is only Mr. Fire. Always we are fully saturated in oxygen, except that if we got COPD or lung disease. And this guy cannot go into the cells, so he's like creative oxidative stress, tensing the body and so on. So the goal is really to be able to be more resilient with the CO2. That's why where the breath is coming in place, we can use two main big areas. One, we can increase the breath duration because some of the people, they cannot hold the breath. It makes them anxious. Just think about it. Your first imprint on this plane is to take a deep breath in. And for some of us, it was a trauma. So with some clients, they cannot pinch the nose, they can't hold the breath. So we can give them like longer breath duration, like 4, 8, 10 times, 10 times, 10 times, and then we can increase to 10, 20, and so on. And we can increase the resilience. Or we can do breath holds. So that means the daily dose, or you can walk, pitch your nose, or do anaerobic exercises. So when I start with any clients, by and large, I start always with the physiology. To check the physiology through the investigation. First, is there any alarm bells, trigger bells? Is in good shape? Or shall I refer this to a doctor? Because depending on our knowledge, we are not doctors, some are doctors on SOMA, but depending on your knowledge, you can always refer to make sure that, okay, breathwork is good for them, but they've got the appropriate treatment if needed. So when you start with the physiology, there is as well the energy. Because if you are burnout, if you don't have energy, it's very difficult to launch a business. It's very difficult to function. So one thing we can tackle is energy. And energy is often correlated with sleep and stress. So for that, we can look at the sleeping pattern, and we can prescribe as well. We've got bespoke meditation to make the people relax, go more into the parasympathetic, and go into sleep. And we can couple this with visualization. Same for regeneration. Regeneration, when I work with spinal injury people or people in sport, everyone needs regeneration. So we can here use track as well with longer exhale than inhale and play it during 20, 30, 40 minutes to really relax the body. Food and exercises is another one. We are covering this as well in summer. It's more like a lifestyle. We are not dietitian or nutritionist at the end of the courses, and we are not PT or yoga and so on. But we can cover this as well with some dosha tests, or if you've got the skills, you can as well give the recommendation. But if you see somebody who are eating only sugar, processed food, who are doing no exercises, smoking and drinking coffee, maybe you can just tell him a few, guidelines that he should look into that if it's not sleeping or if it's lacking of energy. So depending where you are at with your skills and so on, you can go deeper in the food, in the exercises, and of course, the core is the breath work. Then let's come now to the biggest part, which is all the reprogramming. How can we awaken ourselves? How can we change the program? So this is how come the big part. And a little word for the people already trained on this call. For all the therapies, Reiki, psychotherapies, whatever, SOMA is about integration. Is how you integrate your regression, your hypnotherapy, your skills with the breathwork. Because here we are going to combine really, as I said, the neurosomatic into the body. We are going to build, to ingrain this, to rewire in the neurogenesis, in the arena, in the DNA. So whatever practice you can combine and really put your work on steroid are really, really powerful. So there are different ways. There are the positive way, or there are to look at the limiting belief first, or the emotions, or we can do a combination of both. So let me give you a couple of examples what I'm doing in corporate or in retreat or in transformational coaching. The fear of change. This is a major block. We are wired, if there is something changing in a surrounding, we are fearful. So when you think about it, if you want to transform yourself and you've got the fear of change, it's a major block. So there are different ways to work with that. There are the way, and I combine some EFT, I desensitize the people with the negative way. Change is tough for me. I don't like to change, and so on. And then I connect left and right hemisphere, and I give positive affirmation like, I deserve to change now. I love to change now. All the part of me are ready, willing to change now. And this is the intention settings. And then I go into the reprogramming deep with the breath work. With each breath, I'm going to reprogram myself, to reprogram this change. And I am hammering this during a couple of rounds. So I'm combining here my positive intention setting with the breath work to reprogram. And I stay on the positive way. So this is one way to do it. If you want now to incorporate more the emotions, right now, in your space, when you think about this event, today, last week, last month, could be sadness, it could be fear, it could be anger, and you stay with that, you locate this in your body, again, the SOMA. And then we will use the breath work to feel it, to express it, to acknowledge it. So here we combine the emotions, the mind, and the body to express it. And then depending on the technique, I'm using emotional tracing. So I ask the people to trace this to the emotion, to the roots, when it happened first. And then to hold the space for this part of you. It could be this life, past life ancestor. And I use the breath work to make it express again. So I make express. So this is typical regression. We are not reliving the trauma, but we are here holding the space for this part of us. And then we bring quality to change the story. Quality we didn't.
Yeah. Okay. David was like frozen a lot. So, guys, how do you think about what David was explaining to us? This is just amazing, right? This is what I'm telling you about the power of the breath and how you can actually integrate everything you already know. So you embrace what you already know. You embrace what you already are certified. You embrace everything you already study for, and then you just put together with this amazing transformational technique, right? And I forgot to tell you actually in the marketing call, retreats, massive niche, massive business area as well. And it's a beautiful way to make business because you need to, you can travel around the world and you just gather with the most amazing people all over. That is what I've been experiencing as well. So if someone sees David again, please let me know. But I can talk to you about retreats. So other thing that is important for us, people who want to transform our life, and believe me, this is true because I felt it in myself. And I can actually make you a question. What is the, how can I say this? What is the vibration of the people that you usually are around with? Right? Be aware of the vibration of the people that you usually are around with, because when my real growth started was when I start to be with high vibe people. That people that I think that I'm never going to be that person, that is the way that you need to think. And retreats are amazing for that. So David is back. I can see you, but please, where are you?
I am back. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I've got a slow internet, but twice today it just broke down. So I'm on my phone. Sorry about that.
No control. It's okay.
I was in my rewriting story. One key things in therapy is what we call to rewrite the story, to bring qualities that we didn't have during this time, to change the perspective. This is what we are doing, and we are breathing into that. And then integration and so on. NeuroSomatic templates is exactly the same. Like you want to be an awesome SOMA Breath instructor, or you want to have trust or whatever. So the guidance we are giving right now is, let's take, you want to be a successful SOMA Breath instructor. So first you come into the session, you ground yourself, you make you safe. We just introduce the theme and you breathe into the safety to calm yourself, to arrive in the space. Then we put you in a room with a supercomputer and we ask a couple of questions. What does it mean for you to be an awesome instructor? How does it look like? How does it feel? Why is it important? And so on. And you start to build this movie into your mind eyes. And we ask you to connect with a color. And then you go into the breath work to amplify, to feel, see, breathe, experience this new reality with the breath work. And then what we do between the second and the third round, we bring you again in this supercomputer that can answer to all your questions. You follow your intuition. And here we start to ask, do you have any doubts? Do you have any resistances? So it's just here to start to see, okay, what is in the way? How can I what is holding me back? And with that, we associate with the color again, and we are going to breathe into the resistances. And then at the end, we envision, know that you let your resistances, your shadow are gone. You play the movie, how you are going to be the best instructor. So this is this way to combine the breath work. Either you can use it to express an emotions, you can use it to release it, and you can use it as well to bring qualities, to change your story. And this is what we do in neurosomatic reprogramming, where we can combine the body activation, the chanting, and the breath work. I'm using this. I'm working lately. I've been working with someone. She wants to be a therapist, but she couldn't fully embrace because she didn't feel that she could be recognized. And we work on these limiting beliefs with the emotion, with the breath work. And with one session, she was able to go and say, this is what I'm doing. Been working with a client. Our goal was to move to Costa Rica since a year. And she moved just January in Costa Rica. But it's not just, I moved to Costa Rica. This kind of therapy we are full of doubts. Sometimes we are a pleaser and we are afraid to say no or to set the boundaries. Sometimes we lack a bit of abundance. So when we coach the people, there is the ultimate goal, but as well, it's all a couple of steps to meet the people where they are. Today, maybe they're more fearful, or it's more the anger or the sadness. And we will help them to reprogram and go to the next steps, and the next steps, and the next steps. Maybe I'm going to leave some room for some questions. I can give you other cases, but do you have any questions?
Yes, please click in the hand icon so I'll be able to see you if you want to make any questions to David. Okay, we have Shannon. Oh, yes, Shannon. I was with her in a mentor call. So let's just okay, there you go, Shannon.
Yeah. Hi.
Welcome.
Yeah. Thanks both. Thanks both for this session. Very informative. So yeah, a question for David. With your transformational coaching, around how many sessions do you sort of average per client?
You mean per day, per week?
I would say, I suppose until they think that they don't need to see you anymore, I guess.
Okay, get it. So usually I like to work between 5 or 10 sessions. Sometimes they can break through in a couple of sessions, but I like to have at least minimum 5 and ideally 10 sessions, because in order to cover, the physiology, the investigation, and so on. But sometimes I give one or 2 sessions, but I like to work. I work in on package. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking that with what you're trying to do, you'd want to recommend a minimum. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shannon. Who else wants to be with David and ask any question? Okay, Diane, I already opened the mic. Okay, Dunia. Okay. Hi, Dunia.
Hi, I just have a very practical question. It's just because this course is for people as well that is just for themselves and their families, and maybe some people that they don't quite know which way they're going to go at this stage as well. And there was something that Niraj said on week 2 of the 5-day challenge, that even after you become, you do all the certifications till the end, you still have to pay to get access to the music, £30, $30 a month. And can you confirm this is the case, that that we would have to to have access to the music, forever kind of pay $30 a month?
Okay, so we are going to cover the next half hour the course, the different stages, but I can answer to that. Yeah, the music is part, I mean, big is continuous improvement and access to the music tracks. And all the music are parts, of the process. And it's like to have access to all to apply your skills, because the music is part of this. We've got dancing, shaking, chanting, ambient music, and breath work. And the magic behind the breath work is really the rhythmic and all these templates. So I would say yes. If you want to perform SOMA and to have the right to use it, you need to have big. And it's $20 per month.
Mm-hmm.
Plus access to continuous improvement, like access to Claudia classes, a mastermind, big hangouts, and as well the SOMA app. Everything is included in big. And the SOMA app is not only for leisure, it's very, if you are students, is a way to learn, to receive, and to see how you can transpose this into your work.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Dunya. Thank you. Okay, so Diane wants to say you something. Okay. You have to unmute. Diane, you are muted. You are muted. No, we cannot hear you. Oh, there you go. You're welcome, beauty. We love you. Much love to you, Diane. Thank you for being with us always. Okay. Anyone else? It's the opportunity to bring any question to David. David, it's not David, guys. It's David, please. Oui?
Oui.
Okay, merci, mon ami. Merci, mon ami. So, are you now going to go through the roadmap, actually, on the program?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so let me share.
Monica, can you please, while David is sharing, can you please share the link for the people who are already just feeling the calling? Monica is going to share the link for you to book a call. Please book a call if you're really interested, if you really are interested and have the investment to do it, because it's going to be a full week for the sales team. So there you go. You have the link to book a call. You will have a call with someone that is going to explain you more deep what is the content about. But again, please just make that call if you're really sure to invest and that you're really sure that you want to transform your life. And yeah, hopefully we will see you in the other side. Okay, David.
All right, so the roadmap is when you join the instructor training, you will start with an onboarding call. So we will welcome you, one of the mentor, Claudia, Nigel, or myself, and we'll show you what are the next steps. Then you will start with 1A. 1A, these are the basics, the physiology, the body, to understand the science, and as well how to facilitate the SOMA Breath Energized meditation. So you will have a 5-day breathwork challenge with Niraj to get you up to speed, to measure your body tissue cell oxygenation, and as well to improve it with body activation and breathwork. So you will combine a routine. In level 1B, you will have one call with the mentor, and we will walk you through the content. We'll show you the music, where to download, how to use Zoom, and as well we'll give you a demonstration of the assessment. So we'll prepare you for level 1B. And then you will take a live assessment, and you will be what we call SOMA Breath instructor. So here you will be able to go deep into the science, explain what is SOMA, and as well to lead 2, 3, 4 rounds of meditation. Then the 21 day. The 21 day is the awakening journey. This is where you go into a journey for 4 weeks. When you start with the initiation, where I want to go in my life. You open the map and I say, okay, I want to go from Chicago to New York. Where do I want to go in my life? And even if you don't know exactly, we'll support you to get there. Then the second week, you say, what do I need to get there? Where do I need from Chicago to New York? Do I go by Uber, by plane, by taxi? So what qualities, what characteristic, what means do I need to get there? And the third week is the transformation, you go there. So this is really a transformative journey where you understand the manifesting process, the meta program, and you work on where you want to go, you work on your limiting beliefs, and you will get a meditation every week, the first week, 20 minutes to do every day, the second week, 45 minutes, and the third week, 1 hour. And you've got a live call every week. So it's a deep transformative journey. Then you will go to level 2. This is the advanced part. This is where we go into the subconscious mind, the reprogramming, the trauma, the neurosomatic, where you are going to learn up to 15 different breathing techniques. So here you start to enlarge your toolkits to work with different type of breath work. If you got the nose stuck, if you want to go in the cold, in the heat, if you want to clean the guts, as well, you are going to learn the awakening process. This, what we call more or connected breath work, to go deeper into the psychedelic state, the one we are using in the 21 day. And here you go to the next level, you learn the neurosomatic flow and meditation and scripts, and you devise your own meditation. So this is where you go really deeper into the neurosomatic skills there. And then you go to what we call master instructor. The SOMA Breath Master Instructor training is you learn how to facilitate the 21 days. So with all the technique you have learned following the 21 day, now you learn how to facilitate it, and then you can give this course online. You can create workshop, you can work one-on-one, but you've got as well the franchise to use this course. This course is really powerful. This is our flagship course. So you can even customize this for your own clients, for your own program. And then there is what we call the transformational coaching. This is where we go more into advanced technique, manifesting, neurosomatic programming, level 2, where you can use, we've got a software to analyze the dosha, and you've got like a proposal to support you to do your coaching. So here we start to work more on a holistic approach with the emotion, the stress, the nutrition, the exercises. And this is where you work one-on-one with clients, and we support you with templates, with tools to do your first consultation. And very soon there will be this new course called Universal Journey, where we are going to look at the 8 imprints. I've talked already about the lower imprints before, the survival, emotional, logical, and social. So we are going to go through all this imprint to see if they are balanced, unbalanced, and we are going to do meditation to heal that. And then we are going into the bliss up, the
We had everything in
intuition,
1 week.
holistic,
Last weekend it was an awareness fair.
and as
This week
well,
was the breathwork challenge.
The quantum one.
Yesterday until tomorrow, so it's been like non-stop.
Claudia?
So really.
Okay. Sorry, guys.
Yes. Yes.
You are talking. That's
Me?
okay. Yeah. So this is the full courses of the master training. And then in order to be what we call SOMA Breath Master Transformational Coach, you need just to prove that you have been working with SOMA. You need to have 1 year under your belt, level 1. You need to present additional cases and shadow and conduct 21 days. But when you are there, the ball is already rolling. So this is the full courses from basics, advanced to master to transformational. Do you have any questions?
Hands up if you have any question. Shannon again. Okay. Shannon?
Yeah, I was wondering if the universal journey was actually like an instructor coach level, or is it like the 21-day awakening?
Now this is much, much deeper. We are going first to do it with our instructors. So the people who are enrolled currently in the course, they will take it as a coaching program. So there will be the course, you take the experience, but there will be live session with Niraj or with us to go through this course.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? This is your time for questions. Someone was asking about how long it takes to finish level 1, David.
So level 1 is roughly 45 hours. So if you've got 10 hours per week is a month. What we see on average is between 1 month, 1.5 months, 2 months. But you can do it much faster. But yeah, this is one month you can easily do it. And we've got as well fast track level 1 retreats or training, where you can pass the live assessment during the retreat, but you still need to complete the theory online. So some people, they can pass it in 10 days or 15 days easily.
Yes, and you are talking with the guy who did the Master Transformational Coach, the faster. David was the one. So if you're organized like this guy, you can actually in 1 year have the whole package done. So we have BBMTN phone.
Yeah, thank you. My name's Brett Borchell. And then I've done the 21-day journey, and I've been following SOMA just from, for my own personal work, but I have also paid to become a level 1 and 2. And my question is, as I'm thinking about my ability to generate income from this, that would be, a great transition to be able to provide that. And I've done meditation coaching and different things of that sort. That do you have a number of successful instructors that are level 1 and 2, or do you really feel to be effective in the community, you need to reach that master level?
No, definitely we've got people with basic experience that they can generate clients, very active. I'm thinking about Rupelia, which is in UK. She's yoga instructor, and she's combining yoga session and breath work. So definitely you can generate, and she's level 1. Then if you are a psychotherapist, a therapist, you can go, and you've got already a lot of skills, you can go up to level 2. You need at least, for me, to take level 1 and level 2, because you've got the full array. You've got the body and the emotions, the reprogramming. So this is, if you are already really trained in trauma, in coaching, is how you can integrate the breath work, this technique, into your world. And then if you want to go the next, you can go into the what we call transformational coaching.
Thank you. And that, the core would be breath work. So I'm not, that's what I would focus on. And that's what I believe in from my own path of just realizing the power of it. It's amazing. And I know it's just like the tip of the iceberg. So am I hearing you correctly that, I'm committed to complete my level 2, and that it was more about just finances at the time of committing that to go towards the master? But have you really seen a strong benefit of those instructors that their core is breath work, as an instructor of breath work and building a business, that they've been able to level up as they've gotten to that higher level of master?
So in terms of level 2, is not only breath work, it's combined with the neurosomatic, with this reprogramming technique. So when you go in level 2, you're able to combine the basics, the physiology, the different type of breath work, and level 2. I've seen you're successful, and Claudia, you are meeting every month the guys. I'm sure you've got some level 2 in mind to share.
Well, I can talk about actually some friends that I have in South America that they are only breathwork instructors, and they are really getting a lot of clients approaching health. And mental health is a huge thing everywhere, right? So they have no other certification at all, just breathwork. Even level 1, I have one in Colombia, and he is just helping teaching people how they need to breathe correctly, and offering her services in different wellness areas. So he went to yoga studios, wellness studios, massage studios, everywhere. And he is working a lot with clients that go, for example, to an osteopath, for example, right? And that osteopath will recommend that to go to his practice, breathwork practice, because it's going to help with chronic pain or with inflammation. So yeah, I see that. And again, it's about being super creative and taking action on the things that you can do. And the same in women. I actually, even that I'm a therapist, I'm not really doing too much healing. It's just more about breathing, actually. I don't know if that was the question. Is correct, the answer.
I think that was the question. Yep. Anyone else?
Okay, thank you. Yes, Johnson.
Johnson.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you again for all the information this whole day. It's been really, really insightful. I had a quick question about if we go through with the coaching protocol and the program, can we access that information as later on as a refresher? The reason why I'm asking is I'm going to be pursuing yoga for a little while, doing my 500 hour. And then I don't want to be rusty when I'm providing this service to my clients. Will that information still be up for me to go revisit all the material that I went through for level 1, 2, however far I decide to go later on?
Yep. Yes, definitely. We'd call it lifetime access. And even the course is evolving. Niraj is he has new skills, new way. So we even revamp the course. So yes, definitely, you will have access, and you will have even access to new materials most of the time.
That's great to know. Thank you.
Welcome.
You're
Nancy.
welcome. And always going to be able to join the live calls, the practice. We have live practice calls every Monday where we just come together again as a tribe and to bring questions, struggles. Again, this is about community is the cure. We have a breathwork in the app that is, community is the cure. And it's so true. We live that every time with the tribe in Soma. So you will have live access for that calls, to be in touch with instructors, with mentors, with Niraj, and all the content that is already there. It's amazing, and you will have it for life. So yeah. So do you offer help with advertising and marketing with the level 1 or 2? Yeah, you have a bunch of marketing information in big as well, if you become a big member, right? Yes. Okay, any other question? If you can join the 21-day now, when is the next opportunity? Please email support@somabreath.com and they will give you all the next dates for that program. We have every month, 4 different programs every month.
Yeah, there is one starting this week with me on Wednesday at 5 a.m. New York time. Then will be Nigel on the 12th and Kelly on the 19th. But yeah, just write to support@somabreath.com.
Yes, and there's another question from Gaston, and there's been no mention on financial. Okay, so for the call, if you are willing to really become an instructor, you will have access to payment plans, but the level 1 it's from 1,200, okay? 1,200, you need at least 1,000 to get into the program. And again, if you book the call with the sales team, they will give you a lot of chances on payment plans, ideas. You can start only with level 1 and then go with level 2, or level 1 and 2 together, or the whole program. You will have a person behind that call, okay? That it will help you to really feel that it's going to be a good investment for you. Okay, David, anything else that you want to say before we go?
All good. Just it's possible to really to make a shift in career. You have to look at Claudia and myself, and we don't disclose the age of the beautiful ladies, but I am almost 60 years old, and since 2022 I am living
It doesn't
from
look, David.
this activity. So there is always a possibility. There is always a will. Tech is not a excuse. So you see, this is the inclusion of SOMA. We work with younger, middle, wiser. So this is the beauty. This is about the experience, the holistic approach, the tribe, the community. We support each other. When you start your business as well, there is the official calls, but at the beginning we didn't have that, but we were talking between each other. Hey, Claudia, what did you do there? So that's a way as well to, instead of reinventing the wheel, to team up with your peers. Because the beauty as well, there are people from all the walks of life in this tribe. And this is the beauty of my job, is to meet you guys, to learn, to see, and to help you to acquire new skills, and then to help the people to transform. But somehow the technique, stay the technique. Really, the power here is to bring your own magic, your own skills, your own experience to help the people to go to the next levels. Thank you.
Yes, and Dunia, is the music available to is different depending on the level? Yeah, you will have music depending on the level. Level 1 has certain music and rhythmical breathing, then advanced has different ones. So yeah, and the music is, guys, I haven't had any session that someone tell me, oh my God, the music is amazing. Every single session I made, every single workshop I work in, everyone is like, oh my God. I mean, I've been with David too, with the most amazing musicians in the world that makes the music in Soma. So it's a very unique way to make people be better and be healthier. So again, please just book your call. If you feel that call, book the call. If you feel the call. And I have a mantra for people who are like, again, with that limitation of the money. This mantra says, the more money I make, the more people I help. The more money I make, the more people I help. The more money I make, the more people I hate. I help more people if I have more money. So that is my mindset. I want to help people. For that, I receive the energy of money and the energy of growth and be able to build a business. So please just book the call. And Olga, it's David, don't just say. I thought you are in your late 30s. Woo!
I'm going to blush.
So guys, we have our next session in 1 hour. Monica already shared the Zoom link. It's a different Zoom link that you should have also in your WhatsApp group. Please join the WhatsApp group if you're still not there. If you, Monica, can again share that link. And the next session is actually an experience, a breathwork experience with one of the most amazing Master Transformational coaches, Kyle. And I really encourage you to come to experience, because, you know, SOMA Breath is also experience. When I experienced SOMA Breath, I was completely, you know, I had to be a SOMA Breath instructor, right? Because I felt it in myself. So don't miss that session in 1 hour with Kyle. Yes, every session is recorded. Every session you will have the replays. And just again, in the app, yes, Dunya, and book the call, please. Transformation, it's amazing. Something that I can say. It's been an amazing journey for me, and I can't wait for the next years to come. And I've been able to see also David's growth and incredible. So it's just a matter of believing in yourself, taking action, work hard, right? Invest in mentors, and you will get it. Okay? Okay, something else, David, before we go. Love to Switzerland, where you are.
Yeah, much love. Thank you
Right?
very much. I'm eager to see you on the other side and to see you transform and learn this beautiful
Yes.
technique, Soma. Yes.
Yes. So remember, in 1 hour, we come together and breathe together. So see you soon, beautiful tribe. Thank you, David, for all your wisdom, and love you, love you, send you love, and see you soon. See you in the next call, guys. Bye-bye.